Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We've got a preview show for you today. We're showing off games that are going to be on Summer Games Done Quick, but categories that won't be shown. So you get a little bit of a taste of some games that you can see more of during Summer Games Done Quick without spoiling the fun of the runs that will be on next week. And of course, Summer Games Done Quick is coming up pretty soon. It's starting this Sunday. The pre-show will be starting at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, so make sure you tune into that, supporting Médecins Sans Frontières, also known as Doctors Without Borders. Really good cause. But we've got a bunch of hotfix content for you all this week leading up into Summer Games Done Quick. If you're excited to see more speedruns leading into SGDQ, we've got you covered. Tomorrow's Random Number Generation. It's a show about randomizers and randomizer communities, as well as randomizer adjacent stuff like bingo and that sort of thing. That starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. It's a lot of fun. And of course, Wednesday is Mercy Kill, one of our new shows, where we take runners and they play one of their rusty speed runs, and they have an estimate, and if they go over the estimate, the run instantly ends. It's sort of the speedrunning version of a gong show sort of thing. It's a lot of fun. Make sure you tune in for that on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Plenty of other great things coming up this week. We have a schedule up on Twitter, Games Done Quick, to see all of the shows coming up. But we're going to be starting off with Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon, and I've got Laxus here with me. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hope you are too.
So what's this category you're running for us today? It's Nightmare Any %. What should we know about this if people haven't seen this run before?
Yeah, so first of all, for those who don't know the game, it's a classic Castlevania style game. I always call it a spiritual successor to Castlevania 3 on the NES. And yeah, Nightmare Any %. So there's 3 modes in Curse of the Moon: normal mode, nightmare mode, and ultimate mode. In nightmare mode, we don't have the main protagonist, which is Zangetsu, but we have all 3 other characters right from the start, which makes a huge difference. You will see that right in the first stage, what we can do with those 3 characters. Other little differences are that bosses have a little bit more health and different attacks, which really doesn't matter for the speedrun. And it has a completely different final stage. And yeah, any % means I will use out of bounds tracks, and we'll see a lot of those.
Yeah? Is there anything you feel like... anything else we should know before we get started? You just want to hop into it?
Not really. I think we can just go into it. Just want to say that this run will be very, very different from the run you will see next week at SGDQ. Next week will be low %, where you only have Zangetsu without upgrades or companions. So it's a completely different run than this one.
Okay. I'm ready to go when you are. Why don't you give us a countdown?
Yeah, I am also ready, so let's get into it. Nightmare mode, and I'm playing on veteran. Casual mode is the easy mode, where you don't have knockback and take less damage. But yeah, we're not doing that. So yeah, we're going in 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, so we have 3 characters. Miriam has a higher jump, a long range whip, a slide, and 2 very strong sub-weapons, which we will both see. I mean, she has 4 sub-weapons in total, but we will use 2 of those. Then we have Alfred, the old man. He's the best character. That's all I have to say. He has very strong sub-weapons. We will only see 1 of those, because Ice is basically overpowered. Then we have G-Bell, which is basically Alucard. And yeah, let's go to the boss, I guess. Taking these shortcuts here. And yeah, we are already at the boss. It's a pretty short stage, I would say. I don't know why they made it so short. Yeah, and like the boss, we have this train here. And somehow he dies pretty quickly as well, I don't know. Let's see how this goes. So we just freeze those sickles, stand a little bit here and attack. And he's dead. Pretty easy. Alright, so you're probably wondering what is going on there. There were a lot of bitches, and we will see all of them again. So let's start with the zips. Like, they are pretty simple, most of them at least. All you basically have to do is freeze an enemy, or for that matter, you can also freeze the sickle. And then you fly into it, transform back from bat form, and you fall through the floor if you are not too high above the ground. Like, some of those are a bit more precise. But yeah, most of them are pretty simple, and you could just do them yourself without too much effort.
That explains
so there
why
was
this is
one where I used the sickle because there was no enemy nearby to use.
So I guess that explains why this category is so short, huh?
Yeah, and that's why Nightmare Mode is so different, because you have those characters right from the start. In other categories, you would not be able to do that because you need those characters first, and you would have to collect them throughout the first stages. And for some reason, like, the first 3 stages have pretty much the most zips of all stages. And that's, by the way, a weapon point upgrade that I picked up. Gives me 10 more weapon points, maximum weapon points, which is pretty important. Oh yeah, and I haven't explained the kill on the first boss yet, so I will do the same thing here. So for some reason, when you freeze those sickles, when something is about to unfreeze, it blinks for 3 seconds. It constantly blinks. And for some reason, the sickle regains its hitbox. Every time it blinks, it deals damage.
Oh.
In total, 23 times over 3 seconds. So if you can put 2 of these sickles inside the boss hitbox, it just destroys every boss pretty much. And yes, that's the German accent. I'm German. Alright, on to stage 3. And what else would we do than zipping? Right in the first room again. Later stages have less zips. Somehow it just works out in the first stages. Like, you fall through the floor in the room that's located below. That's not necessarily the room that would logically, from the stage design, would below it, but it's kinda random how these rooms are shuffled on the big map of the stage, I wanna say. Alright, so yeah, third boss already, and I picked up the axe. The axe is super strong in this game, but first I have to concentrate on this quick kill. Looks good. Perfect. Alright, so the axe. If I wouldn't use the sickle for all these zips, I would use the axe for every boss. The axe is super strong, destroys everything. So for comparison, the axe deals 25 damage, while Miriam's normal attack deals 4 damage. And then, if a boss is frozen by the ice, the next hit gets doubled. So Ice Axe deals 50 damage. That really destroys every boss, basically. But I will only use it for a few bosses, because I need the sickle for some zips. So I will use some creative setups on some bosses. That's also a little trick there, when you slide through a small gap like that, at the edge, you can slide again. So that way I could make it over the pit there. Alright, stage 4 is another really short stage. It's actually the stage where the first zip was found. Right in this room.
How precise are the zips? Like, if somebody were to try this at home?
A lot of them are really easy. Like this one, for example, which luckily leads right to the boss room. Like, first when it was found, the golem a little bit to the right was used. And with that one, it's super easy. Like, everyone can do it. Like, you just... let me concentrate. Okay. You just freeze an enemy and transform back from bat form. Just don't be too high above the ground and you will just fall through. The smaller the enemy is that you freeze, the more precise the clip is.
Okay.
So like the clips with the frozen sickle are actually pretty precise. But with bigger enemies like the golem that I used in stage 1, for example, it is really easy. Alright, stage 5. In stage 5 I will grab the sickle again. Oops. Doesn't really matter. I will grab the sickle again because I need it for a zip, and I will use it for a different kind of zip. Like I talked about it, all I did so far was like freeze something and then fall through the floor. But here I will set up 2 sickles in a way that I go out of bounds and land on the lower sickle while out of bounds. And then I can fly to the side instead of just falling down. So I can reach different places that way. Just set it up like that. And while we are out of bounds, flying here, I don't transform back from bat form, even though I ran out of weapon points. I only transform back once I go back inbounds, which is very convenient.
How much of the stage did that skip?
That one doesn't even skip that much. It skips a mini boss, so oops, that's a bit bad. It skips a mini boss, so that alone wastes some time because door animations are kind of long. It's like 20 seconds maybe. But also I lose a little bit of time on this boss fight compared to using the axe here, so overall using the sickle on this stage is like... Oh, that was the wrong direction, that's bad. Okay, this is a horrible fight now. I messed this up. This is kind of a hard fight to set up correctly. You want to set up 2 sickles on the same spot to both hit him. But as you can see, he kind of moves around a lot, so it's not that easy to do. Should actually watch out that I don't die here. Still not dead. Okay, I take it safe here. But yeah, unfortunately I somehow threw the first one to the wrong side, so took me a while to kill him. That's no problem.
Is there randomness in his pattern, or you just have to react?
He has 2 different patterns. Either he swoops 2 times and comes down on the right side, or he swoops 3 times and comes down on the left side. It's not really that different. You just have to set it up on the other side, and the left side pattern wastes like 2 seconds or something, but yeah, it's not that bad. Also, I should mention like those desperation attacks that all these bosses do. They can't kill you. They're just throwbacks to Rondo of Blood, which also had these. The only one that could technically kill you is the last boss I was on, because there are pits on the side which you could fall into. But apart from that, they can't kill you. They only put you on 1 health. This stage is usually one of the scariest ones. And also, apart from this little zip at the beginning, it has no zips at all. So I have to play the stage.
Is this the first stage that you've gone through that hasn't had a single zip?
Well, I zipped in the first room, so it had a zip.
Oh, okay.
But that was a little one that only, it's like, I don't know, 5 seconds faster or something. Brings me 2 rooms further, I guess. Yeah. I'm not supposed to do this with Miriam. Here we go. This room actually is one of the scariest rooms. It doesn't look like it, but if you make a mistake, sometimes really weird spawns can happen and you can easily land in the pit. So overall, like every character moves at the same speed. Only the dashes with G-Bell, they are faster a little bit. You save like half a second. Oops. Oh my god.
So is that like half a second each dash?
Yeah. But they cost 2 weapon points every time, so you have to look out for those. Like weapon point management is a pretty big part of this run. Like there's enough points in the run where I really have exactly enough weapon points to do what I want to do. Alright, this boss is pretty random. He gave me a good pattern though, or she rather. So once again, setting up some frozen sickles. One on the left side, one on the right side, and yeah, then she should be dead. Good fight. Like, her movement is always the same. The only random part is the spawns of the umbrellas are completely random. So sometimes you get a really bad pattern where all the umbrellas are, for example, on the left edge of the screen. So you can't really set up your sickles in the correct way.
So if it's all the way on the side, it's hard to set up a sickle on that side?
Yeah, exactly. And like you are on a timer, you have to put it in a different, in a specific time window. Otherwise, the boss just isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
When it's... Thanks, stairs. Stairs suck in this game, by the way. You can just fall through stairs sometimes. The pixels are consistent, but... Yeah, even though I should know it, sometimes it still happens. Alright, another important zip here. That's now another one of these 2 sickle setups where I can fly to the side, and the out of bounds area in this stage looks very interesting. Was especially good when earlier routes had a different zip where you would literally see that checkerboard pattern for half a minute before you went back in bounds. And it was moving all the time, so it's really good. So this strat is a lot better.
Yeah, that was unpleasant to look at even for just a few seconds. I can't imagine half a minute.
Yeah, it was not that great. I was wrong. Works out. So yeah, this is already the second to last stage, coming to the end of it. I grab the axe again, and I will keep it for the rest of the run. Because I don't have to do any zips anymore, and the axe just kills stuff faster. This boss is super simple. Like, even casually, I think it's one of the easiest bosses. I don't know why it's in stage 7, but yeah. All I will do is use Ice plus X and then do a few more slashes. And, well, there's not much you can do. In a no out of bounds category, you would literally use this strat on every boss. It would be even would be very boring on the boss fights. Like I really like the sickle strats on a lot of these bosses. They are a lot more fun than just using the ice axe. Alright, coming up on the last stage, like I said at the beginning, the final stage is completely different from normal and ultimate mode. In this stage, it consists of 3 trials, one for each character, so it's a solo section for each character where I can't switch characters at all. So the first one is for Miriam. Well, I still have my axe, so all these enemies are not that big of a problem. The biggest problem in this part is these stairs. They can bug out, and like they do here. Then I can't walk down. Okay, it fixed itself. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes it doesn't. As you could see, I pressed down and Miriam was only walking to the left. Sometimes it just doesn't work and I have to kill myself and do it again. That's a bit unfortunate when it happens, but it was alright like this. And like every section has a mini boss. Miriam's mini boss was pretty easy. I use a specific setup with my movement, so I get a double hit in with my axe. I didn't talk about double hits because they don't occur too often in this run. With the axe, for example, you hit the enemy, then you move out of the hitbox with your axe, and then the enemy moves back into the hitbox. Then it hits again. So you can get in a lot more damage. Alright, Jibel's part is super simple. I didn't really talk about Alfred's part. That's actually the most tricky part because by using that ice, I skip a cycle or having to wait on these platforms. And it's kind of precise, but I mean, it's Alfred. He can do it. Alright, and we're coming to the final boss already. So we're going down the stairs. That's different from Castlevania games. And then we will face the final boss, which is Dark Zangetsu. Hey, that's why he is not in the party in this mode. He's the most random enemy in the speedrun, unfortunately. He can give me 3 different patterns, and only on one of these patterns I can one-cycle him, because I can get a pretty consistent double hit in with the axe. Other than that, it's pretty simple. I just use my axe and... Let's see what he gives me. Worst pattern. So definitely not a one cycle. I really can't get many hits in on this pattern, so just play it safe, I guess, more or less. That's the medium pattern. No, I just don't get a good pattern today. That's alright. We did it anyway. Time is coming up. I just have to protect Alfred from these flames here. If you don't protect him, if one of them touches him, then it's instant game over. It's a pretty cool animation, but Yeah, and time. All right, that was a pretty solid run, honestly. Apart from the mistake on the stage 5 boss.
Yeah, it was a good
Not
showcase.
too many mistakes in there.
Some people in chat were talking about how some of those sickle clips you're doing are way harder than they look, and it was very impressive, so...
I don't know. They're easy. No, I mean, some of them are actually hard. Like I said earlier, when it's a smaller frozen hitbox, then they can be kind of precise. But I would say a lot of them look more impressive than they actually are if you try them.
Yeah. Do you have any shoutouts before we wrap things up?
Yeah, shoutouts to the Bloodstained community, especially when I started running this right when it came out in 2018. Like, the community was amazing, and unfortunately, like, Curse of the Moon 2 came out like a month ago. It's unfortunately not as good as the first one, I think, but it's still an alright speed game, and I can only tell anyone who didn't play these games, give it a try. Especially this game is just awesome. And yeah, apart from that, that's it. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you will enjoy Starwind's slow percent run next week, which will be a lot harder than this run, honestly. Yeah, that's it, and enjoy the rest. And thanks for having me.
Yeah, as Lexus mentioned, on Tuesday, we're going to have sort of a Castlevania block that's going to include Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon, and Ritual of the Night. So tune in for that if you liked seeing this. It'll be a very different run. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, play a few ads, and get ready for the next run, which is going to be Ritual of the Night by Kenhi. We're going to have any percent no major glitches, kind of a much different category to show off here compared to this last one. And, you know, the ads and bits normally help support Hotfix, but this entire month, the ad revenue, or the subscription revenue is going to be going towards Doctors Without Borders. So if you subscribe and you won't see the ads, then it'll help support Doctors Without Borders. But we'll be back in just a few minutes with the next run. Hello and welcome back to the Community Spotlight, everyone. We're moving on to our second game of the night for another Bloodstained game. They're being shown back to back in the marathon, so we figure why not show both of them here tonight while we're previewing. This is a different category than what's going to be shown on SGDQ. We've got Nightmare Any Percent, so it's going to be God, I forgot her name. What's the character's name?
Miriam?
Miriam, yeah, instead of Zangetsu. So we've got Kenhi here to help us show off this game for us. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we've got plenty of more games coming up after this. So we've got several more hours of good speedruns to show for you. So sit back, relax, enjoy the speedruns. Well, how would you explain this category if people aren't familiar with this game, Kenhi?
So this category is actually a Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. Any percent, no major glitch. We do it on normal just because it's just more consistent this way. I mean, there are different versions. You can also do it in Nightmare or in Hard, but normal is just more consistent for us in the category. Essentially, this category, you're basically going to be getting from point A to point B as fast as possible without any of the major glitches. And what I mean by major glitches is that there's some glitches where you can basically do out of bounds glitches. You can skip a lot of bosses, and that's not what I like to do. I like to try to fight every boss if possible. There are more bosses than I will be fighting. There are other optional bosses that you can fight, but it's not necessary to beat the game all the way, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is basically the category for that. All right.
You have anything you feel like we should know before we get started for this category?
So you'll be noticing a lot of movement tech in this game. Basically, I'm not going to be moving my hand. I'm going to be moving my hand like nonstop. There's really no downtime, other than cutscenes and potential like animations that you have to watch. So this run is really really quick. It's very punishing as well, meaning if you do die and you don't have a save spot, you basically start from the beginning. So, for the sake of marathon purpose, I will be doing save spots and I will be doing more backup strats just to ensure that the run does go through, without any problems or any mistakes that I have done. And this run is also very RNG. It's not like other ones. What about this specific demon? It's very similar to what you saw before with Laxus. So you'll be able to see some reoccurring bosses. Some bosses will be appearing here as well. Some of the mechanics are slightly different, but the design and everything is very similar. And yeah, like I said, this game is very RNG based. So a lot of the spells that you're going to be getting is RNG, and you have to keep killing the same enemy and hope that you find the right item. And you're also trying to find specific items from chests. So if I don't see them, I have to reset a checkpoint and hopefully get it the next try. So in order for you to get world record for this category, I would say it's really RNG based.
Oh goodness!
Unfortunately, at this
so
point,
really reset heavy if you're pushing for
yeah
world record. Yeah.
Yeah. This version is actually. Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned this. This is actually the down patch version. The developers who made this game, they actually patched the game, and they actually nerfed some of the abilities that we use in a speedrun originally, which I thought was kind of like a why. But the new patches basically make it so you cannot do some of the speed text that you normally can do, and the main ability that we use, which is called Flame Cannon, was heavily nerfed when they patched it. So I am playing on a down patch version. It's 1.03, which is the one I ran at GDQX. So the run will be very similar to kind of what you saw back then. But yeah.
Sounds good. I'm ready to get going when you are. Why don't you give us a countdown?
Okay. All right. 3. Oh wait, actually, it starts when I press start.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, you'll be noticing that I do this backdash cancel. Typically, the backdash cancel shouldn't be this fast, but if you cancel the backdash by pressing down on the D-pad or on the analog stick, you basically force Miriam to come down to the ground, and you're able to activate the backdash once again. So this is going to be the most prominent movement that we're going to be using throughout this run. Later on, once we fight a different boss, actually I'm going to get this real quick. We'll be getting a ability called Wave Dash, and Wave Dash will basically change the movement tech, but not heavily. What I mean by that is that certain rooms will utilize the the backdash cancel a lot more efficiently rather than the jump dashing, whereas some rooms the dive dashing or the diving will be a lot more efficient. So you'll see that some rooms I'll be doing one or the other. So this is going to be the most... Alright, cool, I got it. So during the ship segment, you're basically going to get to the end of the ship and fight a boss here. But along the way, you're basically trying to find one item in these 3 chests. And the item you're looking for is cotton. And the reason why we need cotton so badly is because we need it to craft a very important item. And I can't remember what it's called because I go so fast I tend to forget what I need. But I will try to mention it once we get to that spot.
So this backdash canceling seems pretty similar to like shield dashing and like some of the Castlevania games, it looks like.
Yeah, it's very similar. I would say the input commands is essentially the same. But there is like a very small window. Like if you notice, sometimes my wave dashes are a little bit inconsistent, meaning like I cut it short or I let it on for too late. So a really good speedrunner, I would say, is being able to do this relatively consistent. And there is kind of like a rhythm to it to be able to do it. Alright, so what you just saw there is a Rekka. I guess I could call it a Rekka. It's the same movement as like a Hadouken in Street Fighter. Some weapons in this game have very specific abilities that you can do. And the Kung Fu shoes that I have is basically one of them. I am able to essentially just wave dash across the screen like that. And every other weapon has similar abilities, and others do kind of different things. So Kung Fu Shu is going to be something that we utilize for some skips. And yeah, so this is the first boss. She's relatively easy. What I'm doing here is basically canceling my jumping animation by going left and right here. Because the ship is at an arc, if you do it relatively consistent, then you're able to get back onto the ground fast enough and be able to jump again and do another whip attack. So you're essentially doing like these short hops. This is a thing that I wanted to mention. So you notice that when I jump and I do the whip attack, I'm able to do a flame cannon right after. During the new patches, they actually patched that out. So you're not allowed to do a flame cannon attack after you do a whip attack in the air, which is one of the biggest things that we kind of like were sad about during the patch, and we were kind of like, why did you do that? Especially since this is a single player game. But yeah. Alright, so that's the first boss fight, and we're basically going to be going and meeting all of the NPCs that is going to be part of the game right here. Oops. All right. So this game has a lot of menuing, and you'll be noticing that I do a lot of item stuff here. So let me do this real quick. Oops. All right, perfect. So we're going to be upgrading some stuff here. This is where I mean that when they nerfed Flame Cannon, this is what they nerfed. So in the more recent patches, you're not allowed to upgrade the Flame Cannon more than 3 times unless you have a different material. But in the old material, all you really needed is 6 gunpowder, which we get relatively free. And you can upgrade the Flame Cannon all the way to level 6, which is huge for the speedrun because that's going to be our main hard hitter until we get another ability called Flame Breath. And as you can see, menuing in this game is pretty crucial. You're going to be utilizing a lot of optimizations for like trying to get the items as quickly as possible, changing items mid-boss fight, and stuff like that. So yeah, I meant 7, sorry. I forget you get the first one for free. Awesome. So as you can tell, there's a lot of wave dashing in this game. And you're basically never going to stop your hands. You're constantly doing something. Perfect. Oops. So yeah, Alfred is in this game, Miriam is in this game, Zangetsu is in this game. So if you played Curse of the Moon, a lot of the characters are very similar. There are additional characters in this game that are not in Curse of the Moon, but for the most part, it's good. So this is another trick that we use, which is the Rekka. What's interesting in this game is that there's a thing called jump storage, where if you are if you're on a platform and then you do the Rekkas on the platform, you can actually save a jump. And what we do is we'll be able to essentially jump mid-air after we do the rekkas. That way we can skip some. We can basically skip and get to a certain spot that we normally cannot get to, and it'll be pretty common later on. You'll see that I abuse the kung fu shoes a lot to get to places that I normally cannot get to early on. Oops.
Is there like a minimum health you want to be, or like health ups like that, just a safety strat for marathon?
There's no specific health that you want to be. There's no items, at least in the speedrun, there's no items that require you to be in like a low HP. But you'll notice I get hit a lot, and it's because I try to utilize some of the movements. And sometimes getting hit is more optimized than just avoiding attacks. So this is Zangetsu. He's pretty easy if he's friendly with you. Alright, perfect. That's pretty good. So as you can tell, I was just using my kung fu shoes as well as the flame cannons to just hit as fast as I can. And you'll notice that when I do that, I'll do that a lot throughout the run, being able to do that. So this is a side quest. Normally I don't do this during a speedrun, but he does give you quite a bit of money. And money is really, really important in this game. Because later on when you're about to fight the last boss, this run really requires a lot of mana usage. And if you don't have enough potions in your inventory, then you cannot beat the game. So money is really, really important, and it's again RNG based. Some chests will give you really good rolls, and other chests will give you really bad rolls. So our goal here is just to accumulate as much gold as possible so we can buy the necessary items and upgrades that we need to continue. That item I just got is called, it's basically a shortcut. So you can set items and gear in a what is it, like a preset essentially, and allows us to basically flip from one preset to another. It's going to be very useful because we're going to have a DPS build, and we're going to also have a movement build, and I'll explain a little bit more what I mean by the movement build later on. I'm going to grab that item just so I can sell it. It's just more money essentially. Yeah, loadout, exactly. So I'm gonna save again real quick. I'm basically gonna try to save it after or before every boss, just because every boss there's a chance I could die. It's especially if you're trying to go fast. You're basically trying to optimize the boss fight as fast as possible, and so definitely want to have a safe spot for a marathon. Nice. That was pretty good. Alright. So, what's really interesting about this game is that it's a Metroidvania, right? So in order for you to progress to another spot, you need a specific ability that allows you to progress to the next area. And so when we fight that hand, Craftwork, you didn't see it, but he has an ability where you're able to grab items that you normally cannot lift and move them out of the ways. And you'll notice here that there is a block that's blocking our path, and we needed to kill that boss to get the ability. Any tips to do backdash cancel consistently? A lot of practice. My best tip is just spend a couple of, one for sure is to change your keybinds, because right now my keybinds are kind of set differently than a normal defaulted backdash cancel is. I don't know if I can explain this well, but basically I'm using my right thumb as the down button on the D-pad, and I'm using left button as the backdash, and I'm essentially doing that consistently. And you're basically going to try to figure out a timing on how to do it consistently. That's all I can really say. There's really no simple way to do it. It's just it's just practice.
One thing that comes to mind for me with tricks like that is a lot of people get, when they're trying to learn it, they get into just going too fast.
Yes.
And forcing yourself to slow down with timing-based stuff like that, it can really be helpful
Right.
sometimes.
Yeah, actually, what the number one thing you want to do is actually get the timing down, not about speed. Because like, if I can kind of demonstrate it right now here. Hold on, let me. Oops. Okay, come on. Okay. So if you go too fast, then it looks like this, right? And that's not consistent, right? You wanna get as much room before you do the cancel, or you'll just shorten your dashes and stuff. If you do it like this, it's not very efficient, and you're gonna tire your hands out a lot. So, oops. All right. So the next set of items that we need to get is basically 2 rubies and 1 of the 3 elements. So either sapphire, I think it's topaz, and ruby. Sapphire, ruby, and topaz. And what they're going to allow us to do is we're going to be able to craft 2 fire rings, which basically amplifies our fire damage. And there's also 1 of the other topaz to be able to increase. You're able to craft like a circlet to then increase your intelligence. Because again, this run is all about magic rather than actual like physical damage. So it's gonna be, you'll see how broken this game can really get with the right items and stuff. These guys drop. Yeah, they do actually. So right here, we're basically doing a little puzzle here to be able to get these platforms out. Now here's a really interesting trick. Normally you're supposed to pull out the bookshelves, but with the Rekkas, we're able to just skip it and save us some time there.
Yes.
So that chest that I opened, that has a chance to drop the ruby. And this is where RNG plays heavily in this run. You need to get at least 2 rubies and 1 more of the elements. And if you don't have it, then you're basically a little. I'm gonna just risk it. I think it should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine here. All right, cool. So right here we're picking up a Dead-Eye Tome. It's gonna increase. I don't remember if this is the one that increases intelligence or if this one increases directional attacks. It's one of the 2. We will be picking up the next one right after. So you'll see it very shortly. Yeah, OD is a really cool vampire. He's super strong, and you can fight him, but it's really, really hard. Alright, so this... Oh wow, he's being really nice to me today. Wow. Normally he like jumps all over the place, but he was very, very patient with me here. He stayed in the corner. What's really interesting about that boss is that if he's up in the air and he dies, then you cannot... He only drops the shard once he hits the ground. So ideally you want to be able to kill him when he's on the ground so you don't have that wait time and stuff. So here's the other movement that I was mentioning earlier, wave dashing, or sorry, diving, air diving. You'll notice that I'll be using this movement quite a lot for certain rooms, whereas other times I won't be utilizing that much because it's not fast enough. Usually backdash cancel is a lot faster. Oops. Okay, come on. Alright, right here, we're going to do a little skip here. We're going to spawn this little flying thing at a certain spot in the map, if I can get this right. And we're going to basically... Oh, no. Come on. Ah! Come on. Alright, now, see, now this is just something that you would want to... Alright, there you go. Normally, you have to go around the gears, and it would be a waste of a time, but... Yeah. Here's another skip right here. Normally you have to go down there and climb the gears, but with the Rekkas and a well-timed jump, you can basically just skip it. Yeah, this Alright, so I don't have any rubies so far. There's 2 more spots that I can look for them. If I don't find them at least in the next one, then I have to do a load and hope that I can get it. This is where RNG kind of plays a big role here.
So even if you were having a really good run up to this point, if you just don't find a ruby in the next one, that would just be reset on like a PB attempt?
Yeah, actually I would have reset it from the first chest I opened up. Just because it's such a waste of time to look for more rubies in different chests because you have to go out of the way to look for them.
Yeah, okay.
So you would have to reset like right away. Or at least you would want to reset. I mean, you could definitely salvage it somehow. But for the most part, you would just reset at that point.
Who is that portrait? It looks like maybe a developer or something.
Alright, so here's one I need to... Yeah, so it's really funny story. So the portraits in the background, there's one ruby. They represent some of the people that donated to the Kickstarter event.
Oh.
And with a certain price. Like if they donated a certain amount, and I'm pretty sure it was like a lot, they were able to basically put a portrait of themselves or somebody that they want as a face on the as a representative to the game. And what's interesting is there is a picture of a cat, because one of the founders, or I guess, or the people that donated for the game, she really likes cats, and she ended up putting a cat as the face instead of her own face. So it's kind of cute.
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
Some of them look more like in tune with the style of the game, and some of them stick out more than others.
Yeah.
So I saw one, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really funny. Alright, so this is the twin dragons. There is a trick where we can do an early kill. I haven't been able to get it since like last week when I was practicing, so hopefully I can get it today. Oh shoot. What's interesting is that if the numbers are on the screen, then when you do another fireball attack, it won't register on the character for some reason. So you have to wait for the numbers to disappear before you are able to do it. Which is, I think kind of funny. It prevents people from like going way too hard on these bosses and just kicking butt too quickly. So yeah, you'll notice that the hitbox is kind of weird. How I'm able to just stand behind or beneath the dragon. Yes, we got the early kill. Heck yeah! So you'll notice that some of the bosses in this game, they don't actually die unless they do a specific animation. And for example, this boss, he doesn't actually die until you see the 2 dragons kiss each other. For whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure why that's the trigger. But later on, when we kill Bloodless, there's a very apparent trigger for that, because what happens is Bloodless has an ability that teaches us as the player where to go next, because the game doesn't really tell you where to go next. Let's go. The game doesn't really tell you where to go next, so the bosses actually kind of indicate where to go next, and her ability is called Bloodstained, and she has to show it to you first before she can actually die, which is kind of interesting. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell a few items here. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of menuing, a lot of items being bought. It's a lot. What's really cool about this run is that it's kind of like you're looking for very optimized, like it's like, how do I explain this? Like quick thinking, on the spot thinking, because sometimes you have items that you normally would have in a different run. Sometimes you'll have different items in a different run, and you have to kind of like see what you have and then do the actions that are good for this particular run.
Oh yeah,
It's
I call that
on the spot.
I call that routing on the fly usually.
Yes,
like
yes,
you have the general
fly.
idea of what you want to do, but the pieces are different, you know.
Correct, yeah. So right here, we're going back to OD because the way the books work is that, if I recall it correctly, if you kill enough bosses, then OD will allow you to rent out another book. Those are the only 2 books that we will rent out because any other would be just out of the way and not worth it. But somebody in chat was mentioning that if you have too many books and you don't return it, then you will have to fight OD. Because you stole all of his books. He's basically like a librarian, and you have his overdue books that you need to return. But because you didn't, he's gonna fight you, and he will kick your butt. He is very strong. So here's the biggest menuing here. Let me see if I can do this right. Oops. Oh no. Alright, so what I just did there was I'm inputting 2 set of shortcuts. One is for damage output and one for movement. And we just picked up an item called Moon Belt. So as you notice, Moon Belt allows us to wave dash or backdash cancel a lot more further than you normally can, as you can tell. It's not as apparent, but if you play this game, you'll totally see the difference. It's crazy how much more you can backdash cancel.
So does that change the timing of your backdash canceling?
Yes, it does actually. This actually allows you to be able to backdash a little bit faster than you normally can. So yeah, this is just pure movement optimization. Zangetsu has a really interesting AI. Zangetsu hates following you, so you have to wait for him here, because if you go too fast, he actually just sits around in the train and doesn't actually want to move. So you actually have to wait for him, which is kind of annoying. And sometimes when even if you wait, he still bugs out and doesn't want to follow you. It's like he hates Miriam or something, I don't know.
It's funny how you're skipping enemies to go fast and he stops to kill them.
Yeah, exactly. So this is where I can change my items, and this is where I switch to damage output. Because here we're going to be using a new ability called Flame Breath, and this is going to be our main attack for the rest of the run here. Because the damage output is insane on this ability.
Oh wow.
Yeah, as you can tell, like, you do crazy amount of damage for the only thing is that to be very optimized about this item. Oh, come on. What's interesting about the spell is that the initial cost to start up the spell is very expensive. So in order for you to be really efficient with this item, you want to be able to pause, keep holding the trigger button to activate the ability, and what you do is you go ahead and refill your mana with the ethers, and then go back out and continue to attack. Because every time you start up the ability for the first time, it eats up like double the mana that it normally takes up than the other way. So familiar boss kill. Yeah, if you notice, there's a little object here. There's a little like Dullahead that's following me around. He's actually one of my abilities, and he's a pet. He can be really useful, but he can also really screw up the run as well, because he can attack monsters where I need them to be set up in a specific position. And if he hits them, then they kind of don't want to be in that same position anymore, and it's going to ruin the whole run. So I got to be kind of careful with how he's positioned later on. Alright. I call this guy Sonic, because he's just so fast. But his actual name is, I don't know, Reflector Ray or something? I don't know. Alright, I got good pattern here. Let's hope if he gives me good... Oh, yeah. Yep. There it is. So you can definitely manipulate him in a way where he gives you the best pattern, which is what you just saw right now. If there are chances where he'll give you really, really bad RNG or really bad patterns, and it wastes so much time. Alright. So we're gonna go to the next boss, which is Bloodbath, or Bloodless, I mean. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, where you have to wait for her to do the animation before you can actually kill her.
Can she use it really early, or is it something she'll do when she's low health?
She'll do it when she's low health, so I have to do a certain amount of damage before she activates that ability. And right there, what you saw was a skip. Normally you have to like go a different path, but if you time it well with the lampposts, you can kind of like double jump your way up. So here's where I don't want the Dullahan to manipulate this bird, because I want him to be positioned where I can dive kick off of him and jump past him. Like that. Oh. So yeah, cool. So right here, we're gonna have to get up here somehow. There you go. Because we're gonna pick up this red chest. Red chests essentially give you like the most money, usually. They give you about 2,000 gold, which is really, really useful during the run, for this run. So here's another kind of skip here. Oh shoot. No. Okay. Alright, we're good. So right here, we're gonna be setting up a skip for later. We're gonna open up this ceiling wall here. So then later on when we come back, it's gonna be open for us to be able to utilize. So like I said, this game is like, yeah, it's really, really fast, and you can miss a lot because of how fast the actual speedrun games to be speedrunning, because of how many things are happening on the screen. So it's really cool. Alright. So Bloodbath. What's also quite interesting about her is that she has this weird manipulation where if you kill her off screen, or if she does the ability off screen, you can actually kill her faster. So you have to get her out of the screen. Ooh, which I think I failed. I don't think I can get her. Oh, I didn't get the early. Shoot. Okay. Normally, if you can get her low enough and she does that ability, Bloodsteal, and you go off screen from her, she actually dies mid-animation from that thing, which is interesting. I don't know exactly why that happens. Even when they patched it, they never fixed that bug. It still occurs to this day. So it's kind of, yeah, it's just very, very interesting. It's something that we found out early on in the speedrun, and it's really, really cool. That's actually the only boss I can also do blindfold. So it's really funny. Alright, so I have to wait for 80 mana here, because I kind of screwed up my... You need 80 mana to be able to activate Bloodsteal here. So that's where you utilize Bloodsteal. You're able to clean up the pool of blood and jump down into this new path here. Yeah, the reason why my blood is purple is because you can change the color of the blood in this game. It's kind of boring to see red all the time, so I changed it to purple since purple is like my favorite color. But you can change it to like green, blue, some other colors as well. Ooh, that is really good RNG. Getting mahogany and platinum ring right there was really, really nice. That's going to be worth a lot when I sell it later. Yeah, don't change it to white because it's weird. You're right.
Yeah, I can see that being a little strange to look at.
Mm-hmm. So this is where the biggest RNG takes place here. I need to kill these little water people to get an ability called Aqua Stream, and I think my worst time was killing this guy like 15 times and not getting the item. And right here, it's already been like what 4 or 5, and I still haven't gotten the item.
Yeah, that's 4.
Oh my goodness. So if I can't kill him enough times like this, then I have to reload the area because I don't have enough mana to activate Aqua Shards either. So I need to... Hold on. I think I need to do it here. Yeah, this is like the worst part about it. Oh my... Please! Give me the item. Oh my god, this is the worst luck I've gotten.
That's 10. You mentioned the worst you've gotten, and now the game's trying to outdo itself.
Oh my god.
The game's going for a PB.
This game is just terrible. There's actually a new route that has been found for this game where you actually kill this guy early on to get the ability. But, oh, there you go, finally.
That was
So
15.
you get Octave. Oh, I don't even have enough mana. Okay, so I gotta wait. Can I utilize something here? I can. Okay. Marathon luck, seriously. Oh, I still don't have enough. Oh my gosh. There you go. What's interesting is it doesn't use mana when you're in the water. But the initial, like, in order for it to activate, you need to have 50 mana. So it's just kind of annoying to, do that. It's just, it's okay. But we're good. We're good. Now we can keep going.
So
Oh yeah, I would have definitely reset.
Doesn't even use the 50 mana. You just have to have that to be able to cast it.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it's super, super interesting. And just, in my opinion, kind of jank. Just ever so slightly jank. So you can easily lose so much time in this water area. All of these things hit for so much. Like, they hit hard. And when I mean hard, they like can two-shot you to death. So being able to get through this water section relatively quickly and unscathed is, I think, it's a challenge of itself. Especially this room too. This room is also terrifying. Like, this section here is scary. Like, you can die so easily here. Oh, come on. Oh gosh. Poison in this game is by far the worst thing in the world. Poison will tick for so long, and it can take you all the way down to 1 HP, but doesn't kill you. So it's pretty gruesome. It's pretty brutal. Alright, so this is Alfred. We have to fight him for the first time, and he's a lot of, like, he's pretty much RNG. Like, the way he moves is kind of RNG. The way you want to fight him is being able to stay on him as much as possible. Nice. That's not bad. So what's interesting is that there is a speed tech, or like a casting tech. Normally you're not allowed to move while you are using your flame breath, but if you jump and you move at the same time, when you jump, you actually have the ability to actually move. So you're basically pushing like 6 to 7 different buttons at the same time, try to make sure you can actually keep hitting them and stuff. It's pretty funny. So right here, we have to buy some more high ethers, because I need at least 3 high ethers to fight the next boss. Just because he is kind of tanky. And, oh, I don't need to go this way. I need to go this way. Oh wait, no, I do need to go this way. Oops. I'm getting ahead of myself here. My bad. I'm going this way. Okay. Sorry. There's a lot of like routes. Like, there's so many teleportations, so many areas to go to. If you're not 100% focused, you can easily forget what you're doing.
It's pretty common in these games where backtracking is required. We have to go through the same area a few times just to get mixed up which way you have to go this time, you know.
Going too fast, I know. Alright, so we're basically going the same way, but the opposite now. So now, instead of going right, now we're going left. And the reason why we needed to kill Alfred is because we needed an ability called Deep Sinker. What that means is there's going to be this water part where you have to be able to swim to the bottom of it. Because normally you wouldn't be able to get across. So this is what we do, which is really nice. Alright, so what we're going to do here is edit this and change this to reflector ray, and then change. Alright, cool. Oh, please, horse. Oh, please! Okay, we're good. Oh no. Come on. Be nice to me. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna be fighting I would say is the hardest boss in the entire game. Maybe second hardest, I guess. And it's yourself. So you're basically fighting a clone of yourself. And she just hits so hard. It's actually very terrifying to fight her. Oh shoot. Come on. Alright, cool. I'm using controller. This game is really hard to do it on keyboard and mouse, so I usually don't recommend people doing it. Just because there's so much movement in this game. Oh, loud controller? Oh, sorry.
It's not that loud. It's fine.
Okay. Okay.
People will say that whenever they can hear the controller at all.
It's interesting because I've become so used to like where I position my controller now because of how. Oh man, this is okay. Because if I hold my controller a different way, I can't do the backdash cancel consistently. So I become used to one way and one way only now. Like how I hold it, it's kind of interesting. Oh shoot. Okay, this area is also very scary because there's a lot of ways you can get double hit. And they of course hit really, really hard. This is just ASMR. I see. I'm glad you guys are having fun with it. Alright, cool. Alright, so we are fighting inverted. I call him the inverted doggy because he gives you an ability called inverter or whatever, and essentially lets you flip the screen. Oh, why'd you jump so far? Oh, why are you so far? Come on. Okay, that was not a good fight, but at least he didn't invert. If he inverted, it's the same as the other boss where you have to wait for him to fall down before you can actually get the item. So you definitely want at least him to not jump up in the air. Alright, so I need to go inventory shopping again because I am running low on some stuff. And because I can buy some of these. Alright.
You'd wonder why the shop just doesn't stock way more ethers with how many you're buying.
Yeah, she does. It's just that you can only carry that many.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really unfortunate because it's really crucial near the end because, like I said earlier, you need to have a certain amount of ethers in your inventory to be able to fight the bosses efficiently and not be able to, not run out of mana. So your boss fights have to be pretty good. So it's interesting. Okay. So this is something that we kind of found relatively new. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So normally you would have to go and find a chest that allows you to basically become immune to this thing. Oh man, this is This is really bad. But we found out that you can actually kind of like just tank it. But I kind of suck right now. Oh, come on. Oh, please. Okay. Okay, normally you're supposed to get only like 4 or 5 hits there, but I played that really badly, so I got hit way more than what I was supposed to be getting hit by. Yeah, a lot of people actually tank it when they first play the game because they didn't know about the chest. The game doesn't really tell you that there is a chest piece that allows you to... Wait, what's going on? Allows you to bypass the spikes. So I, of course, during my casual playthrough, I just tanked it as well.
Would you have more health on your casual playthrough normally?
Yes, yeah, because you picked up a lot more upgrades and stuff. So as you can tell, I'm doing this whole section upside down because it's just easier to do it this way. Yeah, this game doesn't tell you a lot. Like there's a lot of things that it doesn't really tell you. One of the things, soy sauce is the worst item to get, by the way, and whenever it does, we just cry because it's only like 50 gold or something.
It's not even worth. It's barely worth even selling it at that point.
Yeah, yeah. Like, what's sad about it is the default item it gives you, or the default amount of gold it gives you, is 500. So soy sauce gives you 10 times less than what the actual like normal amount gives you. So it's just like, what's the point of giving me soy sauce?
Wonder how often
Alright, so
it's just not worth even selling it because 50 gold for the time to sell it.
So we're fighting Zangetsu again here. Zangetsu is relatively easy. You can kind of manipulate the way he moves and the way he attacks. If I can kill him. There you go. So we have to fight him because he's going to give us a sword called the Zangetsu. I don't know why visually it had 2 swords there, but normally it's only 1. Zangetsu in Japanese translates to cut the moon. And again, the game doesn't really tell you this, and you kind of have to just figure it out on your own. So the reason why I'm saying this is because cut the red moon. Sorry, yes, you're right. The reason why it isn't this game has kind of like endings or 2 different endings. But one of the endings is a game over. So if normally you're supposed to kill a boss called Jebel. Oh, what am I doing? Where am I supposed to go? I think I went the wrong way here. Oh, I think I went the wrong way. Absolutely. My bad. It's gonna be a time loss, but it's okay. I don't even know where I didn't go to Jebel. You're right, I didn't go to Jebel. Where is Jebel? Jebel's here. Okay, my bad. My bad.
So you're talking about the different endings?
Yeah, so Jebel is supposedly the last boss in this game. Spoiler alert. It's supposed to be the last boss, but in actuality he is not. And if you accidentally kill Jebel, then it's gonna be GG. Like you get this weird ending, but it becomes a game over like right away. And during my first casual playthrough, when I killed Jebel and then it gave me a game over, I was like, is that really all there is to this game? And I had to like Google what happened. Oh no, what happened? And I find out that yeah, you have to use Zangetsu's sword to slash the moon in half, the red moon. So
That sounds like a Symphony of the Night with the fake out with Richter.
I think come on, sir, please. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. I forgot the routing. My bad, chat. My bad. All right. So, oops. I know, I forgot the routing part. So, the real way to fight this boss or fight Jeeble is that you actually don't want to kill him. You want to bring him low enough where the moon changes color, and then you are able to change the slice the moon in half. So right here, we're gonna have to change some stuff here. What's with the giant cats? It's just this game being cute. So we're doing enough damage here where we can change the moon color and be able to slash it. If you accidentally kill Jeeble, then it's a game over. It looks like it's not, but it actually is a game over. So basically what happens in the story is that Jeeble is being possessed by this demon, and you need to slash the moon to get the soul or the demon out of his body. But in the process of doing so, he actually dies anyway. Spoiler alert again. But at least this way, he didn't die for the wrong cause, I guess.
So you just destroyed the moon. Like, in the universe, the moon is gone now?
Kinda. It's more of like a fake moon.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah, it's kind of like a fake moon.
I can see a few people being upset at you if you just destroyed the moon.
It's fun. Yeah. Alright. So here I need to do some stuff here. So I just picked up a scroll that allows me to learn how to make a high ether. Or, yeah, like the highest level of ether. Without this item, you wouldn't have enough ethers to be able to fight the last boss. So we need to get this X ether in order for us to be able to kill the last boss. Because the last boss is basically two bosses put together, and it's very time consuming. It requires a lot of things to use. So right here, we're going to be using a lot of our money, because the next boss we're fighting has a mechanic where it will steal all of your money, and what it does is when he steals all the money, he actually replenishes how much money you have as his health. Oh. So during my first playthrough, I had like 10,000 gold, and he regenerated 10,000 HP.
Oh no.
And I could not kill him. I was just like, what is going on? And so we have to use up all of our money so that when he tries to steal it, it doesn't work.
That's so rude.
I know. It's really, really trolly. Alright, so there's another moon. We have to slice it up. I remember it being a lot more. I remember I could not kill him, Dice. I don't know. That was just me. Alright, so now we're in the Den of Behemoth. Some reason we're all very small and everything is very big. So you'll be noticing some of the enemies being ridiculously big, and some of them being just gigantic and stuff. So this is pretty fun. Also, this is something I like to do with chat. Since I'm playing the Japanese port, or the Japanese language, if everyone can say chicken, like right about now, it just sounds like chicken Alfredo. I don't know, it's just something funny.
What the heck?
Yeah, because in the Japanese port, she says Alfredo instead of Alfred, and so I just like to say that in front of with chat. It's really funny. I was scared of what you were setting up. Okay. Oops. So there is a chest there that we normally would want to pick up, but if we get the wrong item and it becomes money, then it would make it harder for us to kill the next boss because he would use that money as his HP. So we typically just skip that. There is a chance that it will drop like an item that we can sell instead, but the risk for reward is not worth getting it, so we just decide not to get it. Actually, I'm gonna save here because this boss can actually kill me. Oops, come on. Ooh, side press is a good roll. That's nice. Alright. Alright, perfect. So here he's gonna steal my money, but since we have 0 money, he's only regenerating 1 HP right there. 1 HP. If you have a lot of money, dude, he regenerates so many. So it becomes free. Yeah, I would recommend this game for everyone, anyone really, because what's really interesting about this game is that it has very much like RPG elements to it, even though it is a Metrovania style game. And what I mean by that is that there is a lot of weapons in this game that can be utilized, and there's no one real way to get through a certain part. So what I am doing right now is not necessarily the only way or the right way. So a lot of players are able to really do pretty much anything they want for this game. There's a lot of really cool tricks that you can find, a lot of abilities that are really unique and fun to use. So hold on, I feel like there's something. No, there's not. So it's a fun game casually, I think. I recommend it for a lot of people. So if you were renting out too many books and you get to that spot right there, OD would have been there and he would have kicked your butt. So good thing I didn't steal that many books from him. All right. Ooh, these are really good rolls. I'm very happy about these. Okay, that's a decent roll. Crystal is really, really good too to get. No, you can fight OD before the final boss. Did I buy it? Oh, I didn't buy it. Shoot, that sucks. Oh, there it is. So this boss has no windows where you'd have invulnerability, so you can totally die very, very fast there. No, I didn't buy holy water. I only bought panacea, so that was my bad. I should have bought holy water, but I forgot to buy that. It's okay. That's why I do a safety save, just in case. Okay, we're good. Oh gosh. Yeah, Gremory is a very scary boss to fight because she just does so much damage output that you can easily die by 2 hits, and if you don't watch what's coming at you, then yeah, you can unexpectedly just die. So here I like chat to just spam IIS because she's gonna be doing this a lot. What do I need to sell here? Perfect. So you notice that it's not Dominique holding the shop anymore. It's actually the little girl, which I didn't really talk too much about. But she is another side character that Dominique was trying to protect. And turns out there's more to Dominique than meets the eye, I guess.
I noticed chat got way more behind the IIS spam than they did spamming chicken.
IIS easy for chat. They're like, oh yes, time to spam all my IIS. Alright. I need to change this to reflector ray. Oh no, what? Dimension shift, there it is. Is she a robot? No, she's not a robot. Alright. Okay. Alright, I need to focus on this because Dominique is scary. So plot twist, Dominique is actually the one that was behind all of this. She's the mastermind. And you need to defeat her. Okay, perfect. So you can tell like how much mana I use for these bosses. If you don't have X ethers, then it's nearly impossible to fight these bosses. And even before we can even get to another shop, we have to fight another boss. And time is going to be up once I defeat this boss. Just a heads up. So, okay. So we want the red head. So as long as it gives me good head RNG, nope, it does not. So that sucks. But it shouldn't be that terrible because we can somewhat salvage this slightly. Nice.
Is that a cat head?
Yeah, it's a lizard head, a cat head, and a demonic face head or demon head. There, time. Woo! That is Bloodstained. Oh. GG. Yeah, I overestimated because my routing was terrible. I forgot so many things.
It was still a good showcase, so thanks for showing it off for us. Do you have any shoutouts while we're wrapping things up?
Just a shout out to Bloodstained, of course. The community was really, really welcoming when I joined in because I normally don't ever play Castlevania style games, and when this game came out and I jumped on the gun to play this and started speedrunning it, they welcomed me, showed me all the tricks, basically came into my chat and helped me out as much as possible. So I gotta say thank you to them because without them I wouldn't be running this game as well as being able to showcase this to you guys. Thank you GDQ, of course, for allowing me to showcase this game. I think this game is really fun. I think anyone that hasn't played it should play it because there's a lot of really cool things. If you guys are interested in ever learning this game, I mean, you're more than welcome to come. You can either DM me on Discord or just come to my stream at Kenny. If you guys want to learn or if you guys want any tips or stuff like that. And yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, if you enjoyed this run, the Blacktastic is going to be running Zangetsu version of this at SGDQ. So similar run, but different playstyle, because Zangetsu plays a bit differently. And you all should check that out as part of the Bloodstained doubleheader coming up at Tuesday on SGDQ next week.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. And just quick thing, I just want to say thank you everyone that did follow my channel. I've been watching less lately, so I appreciate everyone. And yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much for being on, Kenny. We have more games coming up for you all tonight. Next up is going to be Mario and Luigi Paper Jam by GigaDB. He's going to be running the No IBG, which is the No Instant Battle Glitch. And he's also going to be running a faster version of that at SGDQ. So you'll see a bit more of the game than you'll see at SGDQ. It'll be a fun little change in playstyle. So stick around. We're going to take a quick break, get ready for that game. And we've got a few more coming up after that one as well. So stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We have switched over to Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. We've got GigaDB here along with Snoyan. How do I say that? Give me the...
Snoyan?
Snoyan?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're going to be here for us. I need to reset the timer. That would be helpful. There we go. You're not starting an hour into the run already. We've got Mario and Luigi Paper Jam, and this is any percent no ID... No... IBG, not DG, which is the No Instant Battle Glitch, I believe is what that is.
Yes, that is correct.
And this should be a fun run, and of course the run at SGQ will be even faster. So you'll see some similarities between the two runs, but this one is going to explore a little bit more of the game than what you'll see during the run at SGQ, which is why I wanted to show this one off. If people haven't seen this game, because I know this one actually flew under a lot of people's radars, how would you explain the speedrun to people who've never seen it before?
This game is pretty crazy, I think, the speedrun. Yeah, you can go through a lot of walls in this game. A lot. In fact, we like to say that walls are just ideas. And you can just, go through them if you feel like it. So, yeah, you'll get to see a bit of how broken this game is, even with some restrictions, such as restricting the instant battle glitch, and that glitch allows you to pretty much end battles instantly. So you'll get to see what happens when you actually have to do some fighting, but it can still be a bit broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misconception that Superstar Saga is the brokest Mario and Luigi game. Most people don't know about this run.
Is there anything you'd like to cover before we get started, or you just want to hop right into it?
We can hop right in this the intro. We'll have some time to talk anyway, so.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Why don't you give us a countdown?
Alright. In 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. This is Mario and Luigi Paper Jam, 90% no IBG. We just discussed a little bit about Instant Battle Glitch. IBG allows you to skip battles instantaneously. This one you actually have to do some. Still, we're skipping a whole lot. So you might notice right off the bat that I'm holding the R button, and this fast forwards cutscenes in this game.
Normally we would play on the Japanese version for this category, but I assume he chose English for the marathon sake.
Yeah, it makes a little difference. Japanese might save like a little bit of time, but it's pretty much like I think the only difference would be if you have perfect RNG, then it doesn't really matter. But Japanese can help in like one fight, pretty much.
It used to be a lot faster, but there was a newish skip found that actually skips the part where it actually matters. So English and Japanese are pretty interchangeable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the text scrolls by box in this game.
I'm just watching this and wishing more games included fast forward during cutscenes.
Yeah.
Luckily, all of the newer Mario and Luigi games carry this tradition on.
Yeah, I guess it's like the second best thing to just being able to skip a cutscene, right? So it's all right. Although it does make it a little awkward for cutscenes because I'm also mashing A and B while holding R on a 3DS. So I have to what I do is I like tilt my 3DS to the side to do that. So it's a little bit awkward, but it's not too bad.
Normally, I would recommend watching an 80% run for this game first, just so you can see how much we actually skip, because this run, I think this run piggybacks off of the 80% category nicely, but we're going to do it in opposite order. We're kind of spoiling the SGDQ run with this run, but I still think this category is really nice to show off. It's actually insanely difficult as well, so you wouldn't think it. It's a Mario and Luigi game, but this is probably one of the harder Mario and Luigi runs to pull off.
So we're glossing over a little bit of the rich story here, which is that basically Luigi knocks over a book and spills a Paper Mario world into the Mario and Luigi world. And there you go, that's their story, for the most part.
So for the first like 6-ish minutes, the game's normal, and then after that, we're just gonna start doing kind of whatever we want to. You'll see what that means. Giga kind of pointed on it earlier, where walls seemingly don't exist in this game. You'll see what we mean by that in just a little bit. But yeah, for right now, it's just pointless story. The story in this game is not that great, but you know, it's not about the story.
No, yeah, this game is I think pretty fun to play, but yeah, it's definitely not for the story.
Most of the glitches in this game were actually, well, not most of them. Some ideas for skips were actually theorized from like E3 footage and trailer footage, pre-release footage of the game. And some glitch hunters by the name of Really Tall and Solidified Gaming, they kind of broke this game open before it even came out, surprisingly. It's really interesting that they were able to theorize stuff, and it actually worked before the game was even released. I always think that's interesting to tell.
Yeah, and I believe that the US release was a bit later, so because I remember actually getting this game and looking forward to try some of the glitches that were already discovered on the US release.
Yeah, this game has been broken from day one, pretty much.
So here you're gonna see a Toad mission. Now, if you play this game casually, you'll know that there are a lot of these in the run, or in the game. In the run, there's not very many of them. Which is very nice because I wouldn't say it's the best of the gameplay.
Oh, and before we get into really the meat and beans of the run, I should mention that the world record for glitchless of this game is around 6.5 hours. So that should give you an idea of just about how much we skip in this run. Even in this run, 80% is actually an hour shorter than this category. So. But even with this category, you see we skip about 4.5 hours of the game. But yeah, this is basically just an introduction to what you're going to be doing for most of the game, or the game intends us to be doing, collecting paper toads. One of the not so great things about this game, collecting toads, but it's not really going to be a problem for us. Alright, we're almost out of the woods, no worries.
Yep, you're almost done.
This is kind of introducing the fact that there are toads everywhere now. And they've been captured by Bowser's minions. Riveting.
Yeah, because everyone knows that, rescuing paper toads is a great game mechanic.
Or so Nintendo thinks, right?
Easy mode. So we will be using easy mode in this run, and I know some people that might upset some people, but once you see how long some of these fights get, you'll thank me later.
So right off the bat, this route's going to diverge from any percent. Normally you wouldn't come over here in the any percent category, but we really need the fire flower. It's going to be really important.
Yeah, we do use the red shell a decent amount sometimes, like just like here and there, because it's mostly the fire flower that we want. So
yeah, normally you wouldn't come over here. So I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. No IBG, instant battle glitch. In any percent, we do 0 boss fights, thanks to instant battle glitch. But in this run, of course, we're gonna be doing all the boss fights. And this game has a giant boss gauntlet at the end of the run, so collecting some items here and there is gonna be part of the run.
and here you're gonna see your first example of some things we can do in this game. And we're in the wall.
Yeah. Luckily, collision wasn't the strong suit of Alpha Dream. We can just do this.
I'm just watching you run across the water.
Yes. Sometimes we like to call this game Mario and Luigi Jam Yourself into the Wall, because that's what you do a lot.
So, although Dream Team is like almost 4.5 hours for the any percent category, they share a lot of glitches, which is also what allowed this game to be busted open so fast, because a lot of Dream Team, well, some Dream Team skips kind of wedge itself into this game, but yeah.
You're going to be hearing some familiar battle music here. I got a crumple. That doesn't really matter that much.
A crumple here does save time, but only if you hit an OK instead of an excellent, which is really hard to do.
I did time this might save like a couple of seconds based on RNG, so we do this. But, yeah. Like that'd probably be like 1 to 2 seconds faster. And also, by the way, that little clip that we did just it actually doesn't save that much time in this category, because it I think it's like 10-12 seconds. You just skip a short cutscene. That's where you saw Toadette like staring at me as I just walked through the wall and out of the castle. She has a cutscene normally.
Yeah, but it's so easy to do. It's really, you really should go for it. There are some clips later on that are going to be really complex, but for right now, they're pretty simple.
So here we just get the Bowsers are introducing themselves to each other. They're very friendly, as you can see.
A strong suit of this game is actually the writing, so if you actually haven't played this game casually, I'd recommend it.
Yeah, so I completely agree.
Also, the battle system is really unique. I think this is one of the best Mario and Luigi battle systems, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really like it too. Alright, so I thought one tutorial battle wasn't enough, so we got 2.
Which I'm not sure why the paper was before the real, but real deal, but whatever.
Alright, there's a little bit of RNG and turn order here. So because they decided to attack first instead of giving me a turn first, it's better to just jump on them now.
Oh, yeah, it would save time to not have them attack in this category.
Yeah, and I can use red shell, or sometimes Luigi gets a turn first. This game's turn order is really ridiculous, and just like sometimes characters just get to go whenever they feel like it.
Randomly get a turn.
Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna save just in case, but this really should be very safe. Alright, so now I get to see some more idea action.
Great game.
Wall again. Now you get to see Mario and Luigi become Jesus.
So this is a bit of a newer trick as well. I think Giga actually found this clip to actually get this this gear early.
Yeah.
The bear boots are going to be pretty important for speeding up the one toad mission that we're going to be doing.
That was pretty good.
It was really good.
Nice and seamless through the walls. Yeah, so I found that second clip by the bear boots to make it fast to get it. So we actually do use that in any percent as well.
And we are going to be collecting items and coins because we actually are going to buy some cards later on, which is also just how the run kind of differs from any percent.
So right now I'm actually on the wrong side of West Sunbeam Plains, even though this is like the beginning area. I clipped to a much later area. I'm normally not supposed to be able to access a Lakitu Center this early, but you can, and then you can do a mission that's normally like scripted into the game, not access their center. And now we have Paper Mario with us. Isn't that nice?
Where'd he come from?
He just appears. So we're going to be taking advantage of the Bear Boots DX as you saw. So what they do is they give you more power if you aren't wearing gear, or wear, excuse specifically. So we can take advantage of that to like kill off a bunch of enemies as soon as we start with the first strike. I did this little counterattack there, it doesn't matter.
This is bad RNG. You can get all Goombas and just kill them instantly, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, just loses a little bit of time.
Especially in this category, any percent is a lot more tight on what you can kind of get away with, but in this run, stuff's pretty lenient, I would say.
So you actually can just talk to Lakitu and then cancel the menu, and then Paper Mario magically joins your party. But we're actually doing this mission to get an item called the Dash Socks, and even though this mission takes like 3.5-ish minutes or so to complete, it's faster to get the Dash Socks, even at any percent. Any percent is a lot closer though.
It makes it a more enjoyable run anyway in any percent, so I think it's worth getting it.
Yeah. Nah, where's the RNG? No Goombas.
Yeah, the difficulty of this category really makes this kind of negligible.
Yeah, there's a lot more RNG later on, so it's like, this RNG is nothing.
So we're almost out of the woods, we promise. Things are going to pick up a lot after we get the Dash Socks. Yeah, this is normally what probably a good quarter, or probably more than a quarter of the game is just these boring random toad missions that you have to do. Which is a downside of the game, but even casually, some of these skips are so easy that you could probably even use them yourself to skip getting bored out of your mind.
Yeah, especially when you only have Mario and Luigi, it's a little bit easier to clip. Then if you have to clip Paper Mario as well.
I believe the Partners in Time music's playing here. That happens in the tutorial music, which is a nice nod.
Now we have to deal with this game's greatest boss, and that is the slide tackle. It does not like to work sometimes properly.
Yeah, getting these toads is actually a lot more difficult than it seems.
Alright, I did get all of them. And you're gonna see me glitching out when I return here because it doesn't like adding Paper Mario. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I didn't mention my credentials, but I don't run this category. I tried learning this category, but I decided I didn't want to ruin my B button on my 3DS. So yeah, I'm mainly an 80% runner for this game, but I know the route well enough.
Yes, I do get very well acquainted with the B button in this run. Alright, now I'm gonna see some more magic because we gotta go back to the right side of West Sunbeam Plains.
So yeah, now the clips get a little bit more complex. flicking the 3DS stick, which isn't the most precise stick ever, as you may know. It's pretty difficult, but
Luigi's not cooperating right now.
sometimes you can flick the 3DS control stick and nothing happens, and then other times you can just zoom across the screen. But yeah, having Paper Mario in our party makes clipping out of bounds a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, this one in particular is not too bad because I can just kind of rub him against the wall and he clips out. But in this next instance, you're going to see a scenario where we can't really clip Paper Mario out, but we can still work with it.
I would say we've gotten a lot better at clipping over the past few years.
Yeah. Ooh, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. I gotta redo it.
Oh no.
It's okay.
It's actually very interesting going back and watching some old world records from like Bunny Bye.
On the right spot.
You can see how the evolution of this game has kind of happened.
Have there
new clips.
been more clips than they used to, or just people getting better at doing the same clips?
I would say both. Giga would know more about this. He's ran the game pretty much since day one.
Yeah, so there's it's definitely a combination of both. It's more clips being discovered once we like figure out like what to look for in walls. Alright, this time I'll not press the wrong button. More clips and also being able to get better at clips. So here, I made Paper Mario jump onto a ledge and then get back down. So what that does is it lets us detach from Paper Mario. So Paper Mario is still inbounds or out of bounds. So you can see he's trying his best over there, but that's how we can get into Desert early.
Luckily, Paper Mario doesn't trigger cutscenes.
I think he does, but you have to like make sure he's off camera and then it doesn't trigger. So if he's on camera while you're in the trigger, then it can trigger. But
So it just means you have to run further out of bounds in some instances, so he's not on camera.
Yeah.
You'll see if he's not gonna mess it up, but if he did, Mario and Luigi would like teleport to Paper Mario if you got too close to Paper Mario. It's kind of the game's failsafe, I would say. But yeah, just one more cutscene here. I think this is the last big cutscene for a while.
Yeah, so I guess if you want to like try some of these clips on your own, if you go to like try to look at the spots I'm going into, like literally if you just want to clip Mario into the wall, all you have to do is just like walk into that spot, tap down, like tap left, tap up, and tap left again. Mario's in the wall. Like depending on like which clip or where you're facing. But for that one I just did, that would be how you get just Mario into the wall. So it's like very easy once you know like these spots. And there are some clips you can completely do if you can clip Mario. So which we'll see a little bit later on. So we're gonna chase Nabbit a bit, and we're gonna get pretty much one of the best attacks, and that's Drill Shell. We're gonna be using this quite a bit later on.
This item is very similar to the Chopper Bros, I believe, from Superstar Saga, where you just press a button. The more you press it, the more damage you do. So mashing is going to be a pretty important thing. It's not as important as Superstar Saga because we're going to be doing, eventually the damage decreases to only 1, unlike Superstar Saga where you can keep 15 per hit, but you'll see how impressive the mashing is later on. Alright, coming up, this is like my favorite trick in the game, I would say. It looks funny. It's fairly easy to do.
And it's going to be pretty similar to our last clip that we did. I'm going to save just in case. So we clip Mario and Luigi out. You see Paper Mario's on a different plane, so we can detach from him again. And then we have to do like a bit of a weird adjustment because of how Paper Mario like tries to snap us back to him. And so that's why we have to clip Luigi again. So now we're just taking a nice stroll. And that's how Paper Mario is trying his very best to join us.
Oh my god.
You can still control Paper Mario too. You can jump around and he'll zip back and forth.
Yeah, sometimes that leads to a soft lock, so I don't want to do that right now, just in case.
I always do it anyway.
So that skips a Nabbit chase sequence and a forced fight. And that would give you a special move, and we used to get that that bro attack and use it. I think it's better to get a different one later and just skip this one. So that's what we're doing. Unfortunately, we still have to chase Nabbit for it, so doesn't get to remove Nabbit chasing from the run.
Now coming up is the biggest, is when the routes really start to diverge, I think, correct? 80% no IBG. We're going to be doing a clip here that is extremely difficult that any percent doesn't do. I'd say this is probably one of the hardest manual clips in the game.
Yeah, it's a bit different than we like to call it those ones where I walk into a corner first and then just like tap directions to get out of bounds. We call those corner clips in general. This one is not a corner clip. Instead, I'm just kind of gonna be like gently caressing Mario, Luigi, and Paper Mario against a wall until they go through the wall. So there we go.
Yeah, this clip's a heartbreaker. Sometimes it can just work, and sometimes it just can't. Really, just depends.
So you can see I got Mario through here. Luigi's not cooperating as much right now. So I'm gonna do this again. Do it.
And of course, Paper Mario, making everything more difficult than it needs to be.
Unfortunately, Luigi's having a little trouble right now. I need to go there. Okay. Alright, cool. This should work now. Come on.
Even when you get it,
I don't want to clip back in bounds, but
there's a chance Mario can go back in bounds and you have to do it all again. But yeah, we can actually use dash locks out of bounds now, because if we used dash locks earlier, we would just teleport back to Paper Mario, but now we can, since Paper Mario clipped out of bounds with us this time.
Yeah, I like that. This looks really silly, just running on the tip of the world. Oh, almost ran too far.
Every skybox in this game is that dark navy blue, I believe, right? So
Yeah.
we might be seeing that a little bit, more so in any percent.
We're gonna be using Cheer Hammer a decent amount to pick up some coins on those panels. So yeah, in any percent, the only reason you come to the desert is to get Trio Hammer. However, we are gonna be entering Twin Sea Tropics to get cards, and cards are very important to fights. Like, it's going to be essentially doubling my damage output later on. And here you're going to see probably my least favorite part of the game, and that is a papercraft. Thankfully, Nintendo knew that papercraft sucks, so they added a nice little system for you to not have to do it too much. And you'll see what I mean. So essentially, I think this is actually in like a few of the mini games in this game, not all of them.
Some random ones.
Yeah, even like some story games, where if you fail the quest or whatever it is enough times, they just let you skip it like in the game normally. And luckily for Papercraft, if you fail it 3 times, then Nintendo just thinks that you're really bad, so you can just skip it.
It's nice for us speedrunners, but casually, it's a little stupid. All right. But
But I mean, Papercraft is probably my least favorite part of this game, so I don't have to actually deal with it too much. I just ram myself against this Pokey over and over again.
This takes a while to lose on purpose, so that should tell you how long this takes to do normally, I guess, right?
Yep, that's exactly correct.
you'd fight all these enemies and then something else appears, I believe. I don't know who's ever done these, actually.
Yeah, you have to like clear the enemies like in waves, and then the boss shows up. The only one that was actually faster to do the Papercraft fight was like if you were to do it glitchless is the first one, like Papercraft. All the other ones it's faster, just kill yourself.
Just one more time.
Yep.
It's a shame because I think some of the best music personally is when you're on these Toad platforms. They're unique tracks. It sounds really nice. You'd clap along to the beat to get Toad points so you can jump and dash. But yeah, this is the downside of this category. Papercraft battles.
Yeah, luckily this is the only one, so.
Yeah, you'll... Obviously, you don't see this in 80%.
Mamma mia!
See, skip battle. I did it. I defeated them.
We totally earned that victory.
Yep. If you like victory through defeat, then you should check out the any percenter later.
Yeah.
So that category specializes in that.
We won't give away too many details. You have to tune in for SGDQ for that one.
Yep.
It's a pretty funny watch. It functions in ways you wouldn't expect, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Luckily, there's no rail on this door, so Paper Mario can kind of just squeeze through. Guess they really forgot they were paper.
Mamma mia!
So yeah, and by the way, we already skipped quite a lot, even though we did like go through, I guess, the first couple of areas in the game. Like we skipped a lot of there's no boss fights. We skipped a few boss fights. Skipped Papercraft Goomba as well. So yeah, we skipped a bunch of Toad missions also.
I'd say we're about a quarter of the way through the game right now, at this point.
Yeah, and I'd say like something I find really weird is that battle cards are introduced really late. I think for it being like a core mechanic of this game. So even in like a speedrun, we're getting it pretty late.
The first 3 bosses, you'd have no idea that they even exist.
Maybe clipping again here.
So this is more of a newer clip too, and I believe Giga found this one as well.
Yeah, I didn't find the exact like clip spot, but I found a way to detach Paper Mario here to make it work.
Normally this would be a really annoying minigame. And it was the reason why Japanese was faster, I believe. The Hammer Bros, they attack first on the Japanese version. Because the stats are different for some reason. Makes no sense, but...
Actually, I also started the cutscene right as I entered, so I have fast forward storage. So I'm running at double speed here. So fast forward storage is about what you would think it'd be, as that is you store the ability to fast forward cutscene in normal gameplay. You'll see a little bit more later. Sometimes I don't even get it there, but just want to explain it as you saw. Me moving twice as fast.
Alright, so we get trio grab here, which makes clipping out of bounds way easier.
Yeah.
Almost
So,
real.
remember when I said later on you'd see if you can clip just Mario, then you can clip entirely, and that was what trio grab essentially allows you to do.
So yeah, this opens a ton of more options for clipping. Anywhere you think there's weird geometry, you can pretty much clip out of bounds.
So a little close to that guy, okay. Touch him. You see a small optimization here. I'll try to do in a couple places when I use trio grab, and that is we try to cut it short. That clip is a little weird, because you can just like sometimes just get it really. I got it really fast there. Sometimes you have to like walk up and down for it to work properly.
I think even enemies at this point, if he got into an encounter, would kill him in one hit. So even with easy mode on, the game's still brutal.
So yeah, so here is where you can get battle cards. You can just skip this entirely if I just kept going left. But even though battle cards take a long time to get, I'd still say it's faster, though. I don't know. I haven't done an exact formal timing, but fights would take approximately twice as long, I think. So. And it's a bit hard to time because the longer fights drag on, the more RNG there is. So. Oops, not yet.
Also, something we should have mentioned earlier, but we are playing on new 3DS. This game is one of the first games I think released made for new 3DS, so it's actually faster. Such as Dream Team. Dream Team's actually slower on new 3DS because it wasn't meant to run on it. So it's just a little neat thing. Probably saves a lot of time in no IBG.
Yeah, it saves time on loads and resets. Even though the right stick functionality is just moving the map or whatever, it doesn't really do much in this game at all. Okay. There's a little bit of RNG here. There's a card that does damage to enemies. If I got it, I would save time here. I did not get it. The second card that flips up is random. The first one's always POW. And here's one of them. I won't kill him though. And somehow Paper Mario got a turn. I want Luigi to get a turn there. Sometimes turn order just decides no. Loose kill. Yes.
For them adding a skip boss or papercraft option, the counterattacks in this game are actually fairly precise. I'd say way more precise than Dream Team. I'd say the battles in this game are overall more difficult than Dream Team.
So we haven't really touched on what the battle cards actually do, but essentially you get a deck of 10 cards that have different effects, and you saw one of them, which is using the tutorial, was Power Up. So you can see how useful that can be in this. So there's a couple of cards that really can increase your damage output a lot, as well as some other effects that we'll be using. And yeah, every time you draw them at random in battle, and once you use all 10, they flip back over and it reshuffles. Although, just something I guess interesting to note is that it's not random, like upon each draw. It's not randomized upon each draw. So once you know how, like let's say you already drew the first card after the pile shuffled, then you know, like, and you see the next 9 cards or whatever, and you save and reset, you'll know what those 9 cards are next time. Just something interesting. It's not really useful in this round of it. So now we gotta make our escape.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that this category even exists. They just kind of know about the insanely broken one. So it's really nice that we're able to show this off today.
There's some level else here, and they try to make it inconspicuous. There's a boss fight there, like, oh, there's the exit. There surely won't be a boss fight here. And guess what? There won't be.
Yeah, like we said, instead of having to clip 3 bows out of bounds now, we only have to clip 1. So
This clip can be a little finicky sometimes. Alright, there we go. So that should work now, I think. There we go. And we're out. There's normally a Koopalings fight there against Roy and Wendy.
People in chat are having fun with what IBG means, and I'm gonna say that it definitely doesn't mean insanely broken glitches, because we're still glitching the game pretty hard here.
Yep.
it can mean whatever you want it to mean.
Maybe not anything.
Come on. Alright, so here we're going to pick up one of the most useful items for this run, and that's the counterbelt. And what the counterbelt does is when a bro is knocked out, it increases the wearer's attack significantly. So we're going to be using that to our advantage later on. And here's another little clip. Oh, accidentally talk to this guy.
We don't like to say it, but Paper Mario is kind of a pushover.
Yeah, he kind of sucks. Which is actually pretty ironic because I think casually he's pretty broken. Like, it's the complete opposite of the speedrun. I think you could actually just probably let Mario and Luigi die casually in boss fights and just solo them Paper Mario all the time, but in the speedrun it's not too fast, so.
Yeah, normally the counters with Paper Mario are super easy compared to Mario and Luigi.
Yeah. Because when he makes copies of himself, you can like swing multiple times at the hammer or like jump extra high.
But you see, we don't even get the Paperized block.
And that little clip I did earlier just skips this very small cutscene, so doesn't say how much time. And here we're gonna be escaping Twinsy Tropics early, because normally you're trapped here and you have to build a boat with paper toads to get out. But we can clip out here and get to the other side of Twinsy Tropics early and get back to the mainland.
There's a very good clip of Giga getting stuck here and finding a skip real time. I still believe that the run still PB'd.
Yeah, so I was doing a run with really new strats. We used to do a strat where we like hit that block with trio grab from inside that top little hill. And if you messed it up, you thought you were stuck there. So during my run, I started just rubbing against walls and see if I could find a clip. And I actually found a clip during the run and PB'd with that run. So that just goes to show you this game. It's pretty
Top
great.
10 legendary speedrunning moments right there. Alright, I believe we're going to see Nabbit here again real soon.
Nabbit? Not yet. We come back later for him. He's
Oh,
not-
yeah, I forget. There's a bridge here, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, that bridge is
What?
definitely there.
Excuse me?
It's there. What are you talking about? So yeah, there's collision. That's there. That loads later.
It's going to be a nice juxtaposition to the bridge that isn't there later on. There's a
Yes, I
different
didn't even realize that, but yeah. See, equivalent exchange, right?
bridge. That bridge is there, and the other bridge is not there.
All right. So if you thought, maybe he's exaggerating, going through walls and stuff, you haven't seen anything yet. So we're just gonna get to the meat right here.
The meat and the beans.
Mm-hmm. Here we're gonna do the same thing, but we can clip just Paper Mario out. And people like to say this isn't Paper Mario game, but I'm playing as Paper Mario, so I think it's a Paper Mario game. So I can enter this house to move the camera, so I can take this pipe here. just gonna save here. Reset the game. And this will create some interesting results. So, saving moves Mario and Luigi into this room, and the game handles this very weirdly. 'Cause obviously, you're not supposed to be able to just play the game as just Paper Mario outside of pens. So, so when I enter and re-exit, it's going to attempt to bring me back to Mario and Luigi, but now we're back here, out of bounds. It's a little bit of a warp, I guess.
That was not
For
the
some
result I
reason-
was expecting.
And,
Somehow
you
this
know,
doesn't crash either.
Yeah, a lot of things end up crashing. Now you can see walls really don't exist at all. Alright, don't do that. Alright, this part will be a little weird. This was not wanting to happen. So you're going to see that no walls action again. This part can result in a soft lock sometimes, as you saw there. Alright, I think if I go a little farther up, it should be okay.
Yeah, you have to hit the loading zone or else you soft lock. It's a little precise. But yeah, seemingly random things crash the game. Some things that we really wish didn't crash the game so we could be fast, but for some reason this doesn't crash. Exiting the pin, you get warped to a completely different area of the map somehow. It just works. To quote a wise man.
A little bit higher this time. There we go. Alright, we should be good from there on now. That part's a little bit weird. So yeah, you can see I'm just suspended in the air, and what we can do while we have walk through walls active is I can use trio grab to adjust my height. So as you can see, I teleported up really far up in the air there. So now we're going to use this to really sequence break the game hard. I was a little close to that guy. You can essentially just go as pretty much wherever I please at the moment.
Yeah, so we're going from about a quarter of the way through the game, and we're going to go to what is essentially the last area before the final area of the game. This part's also really scary because it's incredibly easy to soft lock pretty much anywhere through here.
Yeah, pretty much that first piece is what I was most worried about. On here, I'm just dodging cutscenes. I need to make sure I do that. Okay. Alright, we're in the clear now. Made it to Mount Berg. So this cutscene will disable walk through walls now. But yeah. So as you can see in this game, if you truly believe that I was mashing A and B too much. If you really truly believe a wall isn't there, you really can just go through it. So just saving, even though this is very safe, but I haven't saved in a while.
So this is probably one of the hardest clips in the 80% run, but we don't have trio grab in 80%, so it becomes pretty trivial.
Yeah, to get to the end of the game, you have to get either trio grab or trio drill, like any percent does. Trio grab makes clipping a bit easier. To hit the cutscene if possible. Or not the cutscene, the trigger. So you're gonna see some fun things. I'm holding it. I'm trying. I'm holding the R button as hard as I can right now.
Forget this is what you do in this category.
Yeah. So we trigger that actually triggered a later part of the story, and also as a side effect, I get to speed up normal gameplay through fast forward storage, as I mentioned earlier. So I'll be going really fast here, and it's hard to control, so I might not actually be fast if I don't control it properly.
Yeah, we're just we're getting items, so we can buy cards later on, like I said.
And then when you trigger a cutscene that has the fast forward button again, it goes away, unfortunately.
Fast forward storage is like incredibly picky anyway. Makes the game really finicky.
Yeah, so South Gloomy Woods, the town has a lot of coins in the village you saw me picking up, and also just like items I can sell. So I talk to this guy here. Oops.
Yeah, another good thing about running on the English version, you don't have to really remember about memorizing what items you need to sell and what items you need to not sell.
Yeah. Want to put those to sell them.
Lots of money though.
Yeah. Be careful not to sell the counter belt, 'cause I need that. Anything else I'm selling? Oops. Need to buy. Alright, so this card is very integral to the run. It increases damage for both you and your enemies' output by 50%. So it's a little risky, but if I keep dodging, then I'm okay. And then I'm going to be buying some experience cards too, because I'm severely underleveled right now, so I kind of need them to catch up. And I also bought one card that helps facilitate start points, so I can keep using cards.
Yeah, good thing about the Mario and Luigi series is everything is dodgeable, which is something unique to this game. It's not like a traditional JRPG.
Yeah, and the card that gives me star points actually takes coins to do it, but late game we don't really need coins, so it's pretty useful. You know, you can just kind of walk into the wall with trio grab, just like turned upright a bit, and you can clip. Sometimes it's a little finicky, but I'm gonna save here. So I'm actually going to be activating walk through walls in a different way this time. And it's a little bit unique. I have to do Trio Hammer as the cutscene ends. I believe I activated it. And now whenever I use Trio Grab only, it'll allow me to walk through walls. I'm going to just trigger this cutscene one more time to take fast forward storage because I want to go fast. Oh, let's check it.
So yeah, this category is a little riskier because you can run into enemies.
I chose to take it slower there just because that can happen.
Normally in any percent, when you hit the back of that loading zone, it disables all of the enemies, but you can't really do that in this category.
So yeah, I just used it to get to the store early, and then I hit the block to open the other side, as well as let me disable walk through walls because as you can see, like Luigi, Pear, Mario were floating in the air there. I need them to be with Mario so I can use Trio Hammer.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you can go into the elevator using this and nothing happens.
Yeah, so you can go into the elevator without using Trio Hammer. I believe the elevator does work, but then you crash in the next cutscene, so you need Trio Hammer. I believe that's how it plays out, but it's been a while since I've done it. Okay.
Really, the only last thing we need in any percent is to be able to skip Trio Hammer. If you can just find a way to use that elevator without hitting the buttons. Alright, so now if you know this game, coming up is the last boss fight before the final area of the game. But you'll know that it's our first boss fight of the run.
Yes, so I'm entering a late game. Actually, I didn't say that. I'm entering a late game boss fight at level 2. So normally you would think this is kind of impossible, or it would take like 3 years, but luckily the way this fight is designed is you're mostly meant to counterattack, so it actually doesn't take that long, I guess, if you weren't able to counterattack that much. But this will be a bit of a slog of a battle, and this is why this category can be difficult, because if I mess up once, I'll have to redo the fight. So, well, depending on what the mistake is, but sometimes I have to redo the fight. So I'm gonna need to focus a bit extra here, so Snow will take a little bit more commentary.
Alright, so yeah, everything is counterable in this fight. King Bomb's gonna be throwing out some bombs, and they do around 50 damage, I believe, per bro. So I don't know exactly how much health King Bomb has. It's a lot. I can look it up. It doesn't really matter. It's gonna be around. It's gonna be 10-ish bombs that you have to jump on, and 10-ish bombs you have to counterattack. This one's a little strange. But yeah, like we said, Paper Mario is gonna be a bit of a pushover, and we're gonna basically let Paper Mario die when we can.
I'm at 7. I need to hit exactly 12 normal bombs. So I'm at 7 right now.
If he does too many, he'll miss the opportunity to get double experience with the card, which is what we really want. Because, like we said, we're going to the final area, and we're not going to fight any more bosses before the final boss gauntlet of this run.
One, 2, I'm at 9, that's fine.
So yeah, you can see if the bombs are yellow, they run immediately, and if they are not yellow, they'll pause right before they go for a bro. Yeah, but luckily the timer is also not actually that important in this fight, because the counterattacks do so much damage. There's no point in us actually attacking. Like, we could use a drill helmet here if we wanted to, but it's not going to do enough damage to where it's even worth it because we're at level 2. So you can kind of see how he does the same kind of attacks over and over now, which is, they would be a lot slower if Paper Mario was alive, especially this one. So, yeah, pretty much now we're just waiting for a card so we can finish the fight.
Yeah, I need to go rage now. I need to counterattack 13 more bombs, and then I need the card.
So Rage is a new mechanic that was introduced in Dream Team, I believe. I believe it affects speed, attack, maybe defense on some.
Alright, I got it.
But yeah, now the attacks are just a little faster, so you kind of have to time them a bit differently. So yeah, we got the card we were looking for. Now it's just timing the bomb jumps again. Now, if you think that we're going to get a lot of level ups from this fight, you'd be correct. That's a bit of an understatement, actually, that we're going to get a lot of level ups. Even without the double experience, we would be here for a really long time, but with double experience, we're going to get a ton of level ups because we are missing out on so much experience. I think if this fight wasn't possible at level 2, the entire route would be different, and we would actually go and fight enemies or some bosses to actually get the experience we need. So it just kind of works out this way.
Just quickly, it's RNG if he gives me 4 or 5 bombs and once he's rage. I do want 1-5, but I did mess it up there, so I might have to do a little extra cycle, but it's just a little bit slower. See if he gives me 5 here.
Big thing is we can't die on this fight.
He didn't give me 5 here, so I need 1 more. And of course, I would have been able to save a lot of time.
So after this fight's done, I would say we're about 3/4 of the way through the game, so we've pretty much skipped a great portion of the game. Even more than that, honestly, I would say probably like 80-85% of the way through the game. But the fights are going to take up most of this run. In the 80% run, we actually move around a lot more. We do a lot of backtracking and stuff just to make sure we get instant battle glitch when we need it. But in this run, we're gonna go get Ebro's item, and then we're gonna go straight through the castle, I believe.
Alright, he's dead. Thank goodness. Okay.
So yeah, this was the big heartbreaker. If he died, we'd have to do that all again, and it was an extremely long boss fight.
So when I use that double experience card, I have to kill him with the next actions. That's why everything is very precise in this fight. As you can see, I actually got 99 experience, which is the maximum experience you can get.
And this is great part of the run right here. It's just going to be several minutes of us leveling up. So
you're saying this is where I jump in and I plug things?
you can if you want to.
All right. So just as a reminder, in case people were not aware, starting this Sunday is Summer Games Done Quick. This whole show is previewing games that are going to be on Summer Games Done Quick's lineup, just doing different categories. So if you want to see an even faster version of this run, you should tune in. Let me look real quick. Paper Jam is on Wednesday next week, August 19th. You can see the any % run of this game. Coming up after this, we're going to have a few more runs to show you all as well, including Shovel Knight and Baldur's Gate. So we're going to have some more speedruns for you all tonight, and of course, if you tune in tomorrow, Random Number Generation will be starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's a show about randomizers and randomizer communities, as well as randomizer adjacent things like bingo and that sort of thing. So you should tune in for that tomorrow. We've got plenty of shows for you all this week leading up until SGDQ. We've got a show every day of the week just showing off speedruns. If you go to our Twitter, Twitter, it's at GamesDoneQuick. We have a schedule for the week that's posted as of yesterday, so you can make sure you don't miss any of the shows. And if you would like to have a game showed off on the Community Spotlight, normally this show is about showcasing games that are suggested by the community. We're, taking a little bit of a different direction for this one, but you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix/spotlight-form, or if you type !spotlight in chat, there's a link there, and you can suggest games that you'd like to see on this show.
Alright, coming to the end right here, just a couple more levels. And as you can see, I chose BP for Mario because he's going to be using higher BP attacks and speed, so he can just get in turns more often. And Luigi we're going to give a gear slot to because we want counter belt as well as some more gear that increases stats. And POW because drill shell scales up in damage quite a bit once get things going. So I want to get as much power as we can get.
So yeah, normally to access this area, there's a reason why all these paper toads are here, because you need to have a certain number of paper toads saved.
I believe it's like literally like 200 or something like that. So
It's a bit ridiculous.
a really high number, but we saved a hearty number of 16. I think that qualifies, right?
Yeah, now we're on our way to the final area of the game.
Yep, so we're making our way up to Bowser's Castle, or Neo Bowser Castle, because you're supposed to go to Bowser's Castle once, normally, but we skipped it, so. Just make it right up there. So yeah, even with fighting a long boss, I believe, well, it should be like an hour-ish. We're already at the end of the game. The last area. So here, what I'm doing is I'm just clearing out cutscenes. And then I'm going to be making my way out of Neo Bowser's Castle to run some errands real quick.
So yeah, we're hitting these buttons. Yeah, we do the same thing here that we do in 80%.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just getting rid of these cutscenes.
For our second trip, we want them not active. Okay, so we have to leave Baldur's Castle to activate our next big sequence break anyway, so while we're exiting, I'm just going to pick up a few things. Let's do this first. Okay, so we're going to sell off the new ware we got from winning the boss fight. And we're going to buy some snareware. Surprisingly, snareware is pretty cheap. Most ware doesn't actually give you like POW and speed upgrades, but snareware does, and it's cheap, so it's like, why not?
So it just gives bonus stats.
Yeah, it gives you, as you can see when I purchased it and equipped it, it raised my POW by, I believe, 10 and the speed 20. It also gave me, I think, a bit of defense too, but shouldn't need that as much. Just like any other equipable. And here we're gonna do the side quest that I mentioned way earlier in the run. We're gonna chase Nabbit.
Yeah, so now's when we chase Rabbit.
Yeah. And you're gonna, hopefully I don't make too much of a fool of myself, but sometimes the slide tackle doesn't work properly.
This gives us also a really good bro item, one of the better ones in the game. We're only going to be using like a couple for the run, just because they're so much better than the other ones.
How did he go that way? Ah, of course. It's a big one.
He makes clones of himself, and it's pretty difficult to figure out which one it actually is until you've already lost time going for it.
Alright, that wasn't terrible. Although the first two ones are consistent, you can always get him every time. This last one, though, there's no way to know which is the real one, so I have to go check them all. And then chase them awkwardly around.
Until they start flashing. It's pretty awful, but this item's just way too good.
Yeah. And if you do get good RNG, this does go pretty quick. but yeah, I'm having best right now. Checking this fake. Having probably one of the worst RNG you can have.
Yeah, we pretty much checked like everyone on the left side.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay. Literally, none of them are it. This has to be, I guess.
You love to see it. The games know when you're in a marathon run.
Is there actually a real one at this point?
Who knows?
Yes. This should be the real one. He hasn't been flashing, so.
Don't worry, we still got 2.5 minutes.
There we go.
We're good.
I was very slow in worst RNG, but it's like, I got it. I've never failed it, at least, so. Alright. We're done chasing that bunny.
So now I believe we're going to Bowser's Castle. Which
Yep.
is this is really when your test skill shines. Bowser's Castle. There is a newish skip we're gonna be doing in Bowser's Castle. It's still new to me, even though it's probably like a year or maybe even older than a year old at this point. But it skips one of the I would consider the hardest bosses of the run.
Yeah, it basically makes this run way better. And right now, I saved in the trigger for going up to Bowser's Castle, and I can go up while underground in drill. So what this will do is displace me while I'm out of bounds here. Then I can adjust the camera so that when I drop down here, I'm in the trigger for going back down, but it hasn't activated yet. And as you saw, if we can like store a cutscene, we can usually actually walk through walls as we did earlier. We're going to be doing that again here, and it's going to look pretty ridiculous. So this is also done at any percent. Alright, I got it. So I have to time when I close the text box there for when I'm going through loading zone. It's generally pretty forgiving window, but sometimes you can mess it up. And now you can see I have fast forward storage again, so just breezing through all of this. And actually, I have to actually slow down to hit the buttons, because if you're fast forwarding a hammer attack, it just goes like through it. So I have to stop.
It's almost like they didn't expect us to have fast forward storage.
Yeah, I know, that's weird, right?
Figured they'd made this game for speedrunning, just from the looks of it.
So when you cleared the cutscenes earlier, so that those wouldn't.
It wouldn't pull us out of walk through walls, but it would disable fast forward storage. And this cutscene normally is able to be fast forward, so you can see like the actors aren't like working properly, like the buttons rise up slower than they're supposed to. Okay, so now I'm gonna touch this side.
Yeah, and doing that just skips the final papercraft battle. Easy.
Yeah, all this stuff just skips to the final papercraft and whatnot. Okay, you need to save. This trick is pretty insane. I'm gonna let Snan try explain it if you know it. Well,
No, it's been a while since I've done it. Just take it in. This is one of the most crazy skips in this game. We're gonna be doing a bunch of stuff here. We're gonna kind of store the elevator. It's just crazy. And it's all just so we can get out of bounds in the next room, which is normally not possible.
Yeah, I have to quickly switch the plane there. So yeah, a lot happens there, but essentially I used trio grab on the elevator to store my position there. And I walked over there to at first to set my respawn point there. And that's lets us have control while I'm raising up in the air. for the elevator. It's just really crazy looking, and it's a pretty good finale because right now I have to just do a bunch of boss fights, so that's pretty much it for the brokenness. As you can see, the pipe didn't load here. So that's why we have to backtrack in any percent, so that's why the skip isn't using 90%. And you just got a little sneak peek of the glitch showcase for SGDQ, because that skip is just so crazy. I like to show it off for the donation center, so everyone here got a quick little sneak peek if that gets met. Okay.
You can see up to this point, the run's been pretty marathon safe, but I'd say coming up is the reason why this run isn't typically done at marathons. Giga's pretty much been pioneering this category though, so I'm sure he's got it. Normally this is the most underwhelming part of any percent, much like when we were just sitting there waiting for the level ups. Since we do have instant battle glitch, we just die on all of these and skip them all, including the final fight, but...
It's a little bit of a spoiler. Still got to see it in action later on.
Yeah, come back. Come back, you'll see it.
Okay, yeah, I want to keep these. Okay. So here I have to do a lot of card management of trying to make sure I have what cards I need when. It's a little bit of RNG, obviously. Sometimes cards don't flip up when you need them. Usually it's not a big deal, it just means things are going to be a little slower. And we're going to let Paper Mario get a couple levels here just because you have to just kill enemies in the first couple of fights. It's a little awkward because I want to... Here's a little bit of a weird situation because I want to be able to flip through the deck more, but I need all these cards at the moment. So it's like a little awkward situation that sometimes comes up. And normally I can kill all the enemies in one hit, but I was just a little bit off on the club here. I'm trying to Paper Mario, so I'm just gonna let him die. Like you said, he's a pushover. You're gonna see first usage of Toad Trail. It's good for hitting enemies in a line. Cannonball Chuck's a bit faster and tends to do more damage to one enemy though. Sometimes that weird thing where it looks like they're popping, but it doesn't really affect the Toad Trail at all. Really. You get some mashing for Fire Flowers.
Yeah, for some reason the game decides to make you refight all of the bosses right here at the end of the run, which is extremely unfortunate for us.
Yeah, it's such a long stretch of fights in a row without you being able to do anything. I guess it's normally like not as punishing because when you die you can restart a fight immediately in this game with no, like, don't have to use an item or anything.
Still, it's really jarring from the rest of the game. This part's just so difficult.
And there's like very tight window where I could actually dodge both attacks because he started so close to me.
Yeah, if it weren't for the equipment right now, we'd be getting one shot by everything. So
Yeah, we did level up a decent amount too, so we can tank a few hits from enemies a little bit, but from bosses not as much.
Toad Trail's OP, by the way. We didn't really mention it, especially
Yeah.
even on paper enemies can burn.
Yeah, just fire damage.
For some reason, you don't think the paper attack would give you fire, but it does. Yeah, this is the last set of enemies, and then we're on to the real meat and potatoes of the run again.
I
what-
messed up. That was the wrong type of barrel.
Separates the men from the boys.
And that became impossible to dodge. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay, luckily this fight doesn't lose that much time.
This is a fast one to die on.
I'm actually gonna dodge this one because Imperial Mario doesn't die. He gets, like, knocked out.
We were hoping for a deathless run, but
Didn't happen. Although I'd be pretty happy if this is the only death. I should have used experience first. Oh well.
these guys have ridiculous counter windows. Some of the bosses have ridiculous counter windows. Because I believe the stats are changed for these bosses coming up. They're all faster, more powerful, higher defense.
Yeah, than the first times you've encountered them before. Yeah, it's not like they're like weakened versions for like a boss rush. They're like legit bosses.
Yeah, you can just retry the fight. There's no penalty, which is a good thing about this, but
Keep doing that.
I believe if we weren't in easy mode, it would restart us with the amount of health that we had, but if you retry in easy mode, I think it gives you full stats back.
Yes, that is correct. And also, unfortunately, because Paper Mario full copies too. I don't want him to have that. I just want him to die.
So yeah, if you are playing this game on a normal mode run of this game would be quite tragic.
Yeah, I've always thought about what normal would look like, but I'm just scared because of how rough the boss fights are on quote-unquote easy mode. So
Dream Team's the same way. The final few boss fights are extremely difficult, even on easy mode. People get upset that we use easy mode, even though it's faster, but it's almost a necessity as well. Just because of how much we skip in both games.
I don't know if they need another attack. They might even have Fire Flower.
I don't believe we have any bro attacks with Paper Mario either, so he is actually extremely useless.
Yeah, it's really slow to get trio moves, and trio moves themselves take forever. Okay, alright, Paper Mario's gonna get a little extra experience. That doesn't really matter. Just slower.
Paper Mario is going to level up for a little bit here. Nothing we really could have done about that.
And it'll save a little bit of time later on, just because won't level up as long later. And also, it's not a huge. I guess it's a little bit nice for safety because I can potentially stock up a lot more star points because I upgraded my max star points there to 30. That wasn't too bad.
Alright, so here they are. The boys and girl. They all have unique things that we haven't seen before because we didn't fight them.
That's good RNG. I want him to die, but I can't. I don't want him to die on the first attack because then Mario and Luigi can die from it.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, all of these fights have a unique gimmick. We'll see. There really isn't a unique gimmick for this one, they just kind of attack, but I think every other one has some gimmick. So now we're just going to be hopefully getting damage up cards, and we're going to be able to pound them with drill and cannonball. This cannonball attack is actually a lot more difficult than it may look as well. It's incredibly finicky to aim, so the fact that he can hit the bosses on the head is pretty amazing, honestly. So yeah, you can kind of see just about how fast we can hash in this run. It's crazy. Definitely wears down your B button a lot. This isn't a console where you can just plug in a controller and change it when it gets bad. Kind of have to replace the whole console, and 3DS capture cards not being super accessible is also a bit of a problem.
Roy and Wendy don't get along the best in this fight.
Sibling love. Yeah, by the way, let me best coupling. We'll just throw that out there. You can see they are still alive, so.
I like how Paper Mario's just face planted this entire time.
Yep. That's his
Also-
role in these fights.
Also, I believe that if he misses one of those counterattacks where they're spinning, they both die, right?
Yes. Luigi might live actually, just because he has more defense naturally, and he's at full health. But I'm not sure on that.
They will hit you both if you miss.
Yeah.
And this ring attack is also very jank as well. The hitboxes are deceiving.
It's a little bit close, but I got it.
Wendy should be dead real soon, I believe.
Yeah, I think 2 more attacks.
But you can see how we still have, like,
I did miss that one though. I think I might be okay still. Let's see.
you can see how we have 20 minutes of the run left, pretty much. Even though we're at the end of the game, pretty much. Definitely nerve-wracking, especially in a marathon setting.
So when you apply the damage up to both you and the bosses, does that increase the damage that she does to him?
Yes, actually.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. Oh, that's perfect. That's just what I wanted. I need EXP up on this fight so I can have an easier time in the next one. Please die. Yes, cool. Alright. Yeah, if I think normally she always dies around that time, but if Paper Mario died early, I think that's why I was able to kill missing Cannonball. Alright, so now I'm pretty much gonna be just preparing for the next fight while I keep counterattacking. And we're not out of the woods yet. I have to make sure I don't mess these up. It's possible he might go down here. I doubt it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Extra damage. If I think for that to happen, he has to attack Luigi a lot more because Luigi's doing more damage at this point. Oh, no, it did go. Okay. I lied. Well, that's good for me. Well, that was a pretty good fight, actually. Sometimes it can last a few more rounds back and forth.
All right, two more waves before the end here.
And I'm going to be upgrading counter-attacking power here, because you get a huge boost on it. 200% is quite a lot. And as you can see when I was counter-attacking those Koopalings there, I was doing a lot of damage to them. So it's pretty helpful.
If you had to give an estimate, how close are we to the end? Like time-wise?
Maybe like at least like 20-ish minutes still, I think. Because let's see, this fight is like 5 to 7 minutes. The next one's like a little bit shorter, like 3 minutes, and then Final Bowser's like 10-ish minutes, so maybe a little longer.
So yeah, the gimmick of this fight is they also have cards. If they hit you, they fill up their star meter, and they can use cards against us.
I do not want to see this attack. That attack is extremely difficult to counterattack. I might keep this card actually. So I opt to try to emergency block it when I can. But sometimes I might have to try to go for it, although I'll die.
So how does emergency block work? I don't think we've talked about that yet.
You can just hold X when you would take damage, and it reduces the damage you would take as if you were to not hold it. But it's just essentially it's like a way to.
It's a shield button.
It's just like a. Yeah,
So instead of like avoiding the damage completely, you can just reduce the damage a bit?
Yeah.
like in the Mother series or any JRPG really. There's a block attack. It's a nice quality of life thing. I don't think it's super necessary for this series, especially since the gimmick is you can avoid everything, but like, it's nice, whatever.
Yeah, I guess it's helpful if there's an attack you're having a really hard time just dodging.
Yeah, it's a welcome change.
Yeah, for consistency, I don't go for the counterattack because you take a way more damage if you miss it. If you go for to miss it, so you can easily die. I don't have enough.
I say it as like the series continued after this game, but yeah, they did do remakes, and they added a lot of stuff from this game that was really nice quality of life improvements. Yeah, this is really canonically the last game.
Yeah, people are asking about the Paper Mario thing, and it's been a while since we explained it, so, like, it's a combination of things, right? Because of the counter belt, and also it prevents them from getting experience, and the Triple Brothers attacks. Like, are there any other factors on why it's just better to let Paper Mario die?
So yeah, we have an item that raises Luigi's attack when one of the bros gets knocked out. So there's that, as well as when Paper Mario is dead, every boss has a really long attack where they can chase you, and you have to dodge it using Paper Mario, like in an airplane mode or some other form. But if he's dead, then it skips it.
Ooh, okay, that's also nice.
Yeah, we'll see a forced 3D attack, which is when you use Paper Mario in the next fight.
Yeah, so that's why it might seem like they keep using like the same attacks over and over again. They do have more attack variety, but Paper Mario's dead, they can't use it.
It's also a fun thing this game has in the battle system. If you keep Paper Mario alive, there are 3D attacks just like in Dream Team, which I think are interesting.
Yeah, and it's not to say that, like, Paper Mario isn't good, like you were talking about earlier. Like, he's extremely good in casual play, it just makes the run a lot slower.
Yeah, exactly. Because then Utility's attacker would be completely pointless in a speedrun too, because trio attacks take way too long to get, and you usually get them after clearing a bunch of really long Toad rescue missions.
Mm-hmm.
And the damage output is not really that great compared to the regular bros anyway.
Oh my god, that lucky. Will he die from a drill shell?
I don't believe there's any set amount of damage that, or multiplier that Luckies do. Just depends on your stats. Which in this game, I guess it's considered static, because this is the only game in the series where you can actually control, or kind of control, what you level up.
That lucky was pretty fast. Alright, this fight I was really worried about because it can go out of hand if they use that attack that I emergency blocked a lot, but luckily they didn't use it. They only used it once, I believe. So, and I got a huge lucky at the end to speed it up. That was really good.
Alright, we're getting there. Almost there.
So the gimmick of this fight is that he takes away your battle cards and replaces them with these Morton cards that do random effects. But this fight is more like a scripted battle, really. Like, it's pretty much the same every time, so it doesn't really matter that much. So now you can see I'm doing the 3D attacks, or counter attacks Paper Mario here. So pretty much every boss has something like this. And then when he's dead, we skip them. But except for this one, it's forced on you, pretty much, so...
Yeah, the gimmick here is they all have a 3D attack.
And for some unknown reason, Paper Mario gets a turn first here, even though he shouldn't, by all means. I've definitely seen times where he doesn't have an attack here, but it's just turn order is wacky.
Yeah, we are like 15 levels below him. Somehow. His speed is enough, because normally the game checks your speed to see who goes first, but...
Like we were talking about earlier, how sometimes certain characters just get a turn for no reason at all.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And it's not like your stats are like random either. Your stats should be the same every single time, so it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like speed just somehow doesn't work properly, I guess.
So from this point, is it random on if they decide to kill Paper Mario or if they keep using 3D attacks, or are you just going to be dealing with them every turn?
No, this is what they do every time. I think it might be speed based of when they wake up, but I only have to do this the second time. It should be just a 2 cycle. And that's it. Oh my goodness. Okay. What? Okay.
You hate to see it.
So I have to redo this fight, unfortunately.
Huh? I'm confused.
Yeah, so when one character dies in this fight, because it's like a weird scripted battle, all of them die. They just kill the rest of them. So you have to successfully dodge all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like you landed on his head. Why'd you take damage? It's just like slightly too early, I guess?
Yeah, I just went slightly too early both times.
You landed right on his head. That's silly.
Yep.
It's a bit funny that you would die on this fight compared to the other two.
Yeah, this fight is much lower stakes. It's a lot quicker to die on it, although I don't want to make it any longer than it has to be.
Is that a problem because it gives Paper Mario a full stack? Like, does that cause issues in upcoming fights?
No, they gave Bowser in the final fight a lot of attacks that do like extra damage and whatnot to Paper Mario, so he'll actually die immediately, even with full stack.
Yeah, we were talking about speed. Most people don't know that speed is pretty important in Mario and Luigi games, even though they think speed and stash are usually non-important. They actually affect a lot of things. If your speed isn't faster, if your speed isn't higher than your enemy, the enemy will go first. And if your stash, the higher your stash, the more discount you get in shops, and the higher chance of a lucky. Most people don't know that. So theoretically, if we invested, well, we can't invest in this game, but in any other game, if you invested all in stash, you should see more luckies throughout the run.
Yeah, and that's why you'll see Luigi has a much higher chance of getting lucky hits because he has more stash than Mario by default.
So hopefully this doesn't go south this time.
Alright, I got it this time.
But yeah, you just slowly descend on when you're holding down the paper airplane, and Lemmy has a pretty big head.
Why are you getting another turn, Mario? Luigi goes here pretty much every single time, but for some reason Mario gets this turn. So that's what I mean by just random turn order happens. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Should kill him regardless. Oh, yeah, okay. Just don't know why it took so long. It's a feint.
Alright, so now's the final fight time.
Yep.
The hardest fight in the run, I'd say.
It's gotten a little bit better. Because we do a lot more manipulation on phase 2, which used to be a problem. But it is RNG based on what will happen. So, and that is mostly due to cards as well. I need to be able to see my cards when I need them. Specifically damage up or power up.
So yeah, getting that level up earlier wasn't too big of a deal for Paper Mario because he would level up here anyway.
Yeah.
Alright, so of course the final fight has to be Bowser fight. It's Mario and Luigi tradition, no matter what it is.
Okay, just wanna heal up here. I guess something nice is that since I died, I actually I healed from dying, so I only have to heal more. Should be fine. I don't really need that much. Yeah, footsteps. Okay, we're gonna give Mario the golden hammer, even though I said coins aren't that important. It increases your power the more coins you have, but it does have like a static gain as well, so that is just even the flat gain, even if you had no coins, is better than the literally like first form hammer that we have. But it doesn't increase your damage output too much. But I found that when I use the golden hammer in this fight specifically for phase 2, it helps me get in a better spot for damage manipulation in the second phase, because I want to do like a certain amount of damage in certain cycles, because then I can get a 2 cycle. And we'll see what I mean by cycles when phase 2 starts.
So yeah, this fight's unique from most Mario and Luigi final fights because it has 2 phases. Luckily,
these are pretty good starting cards.
luckily, if you die on the second phase, I believe if you hit retry, you start at the second phase again. So
yeah, as you can see, the stacks did not protect Paper Mario if I don't guard from him there. I'm gonna elect to save my damage up card for phase 2. This does cause phase 1 to be slightly riskier. Hopefully, should be all good though. If I don't do that, then phase 2 becomes slightly riskier. So I'd rather get over with in phase 1. So as you can see, Totro's very good for doing damage to both of them, but they kind of knew that, so you're going to see in a bit what happens when you start to abuse that a bit.
So yeah, this is pretty much just heart attack to avoid after heart attack. It's not too terrible with easy mode because we know who's gonna get attacked, but
yeah. Syrup. So yeah, you can see one of the Bowsers went in his shell, so he's actually invincible. But if I use this turn to heal up my BP instead of attacking, then they won't go back in their shell for 1 turn. One thing that is pretty similar to other final bosses is that both phases have great music.
all true. Phase 2, banger.
I feel like this track is also a little bit underrated. I think it's pretty good.
This game has great music too. Like, what it lacks in story. I believe her name is Yoko Shimomura. She composes the Kingdom Hearts series as well, so some of the music starts to sound really similar over the years.
I can see one of the Bowsers punched one of the balls back up, so it's gonna come at the end.
So we're getting there. We're almost there. Almost at phase
Yeah.
2.
Okay, so because I like to play a little bit riskier in this phase, I'm gonna have to emergency block here. Hopefully it goes fine. Okay, good. Because what can happen there is there's a very low chance that you get burned there. Normally I route around that, but then it makes phase 2 a little riskier, like I said. I'm just gonna jump here.
Avoiding those fireballs are also is actually really difficult because they move slower, so there's a greater chance that you just jump on it and die.
Yeah, paper Bowsers are slower than regular Bowsers, so you have to be aware of who's attacking.
It might sound weird, but the slower the attack is, normally the harder it is to avoid. Which is the same as the bruises earlier.
Okay. Should be fine.
Good thing Luigi got hit.
Yeah. I can't believe I missed that. It's generally not too bad, but...
Alright, here we go. Love to see it. Good thing about this fight though is now I think now that they're one, they're considered a paper enemy still, so Toad Trail's gonna be really useful here, because it'll be a crit.
Yes, although actually what's even more useful, which we actually routed this Toad Trail out of this fight, but
Oh really? Fire Flower, yeah.
Fire Flower is very good.
Fire Flower, yeah.
Okay, unfortunately I'm not seeing my second, or the other power-up card, which is a bit... I'm actually not as far along the deck as I would like to be here, so... We have less chances to have this be a quick phase 2. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I believe he can heal, so hopefully we don't see that.
Well, what happens is he can heal his armor back. Normally, ideally, we want to only have him do that 2 times for a 2 cycle. There it is. Luckily, that didn't really matter too much because Firefly already does a lot. I'm already doing a lot of damage here, so it doesn't matter. Firefly does enough, even with that power up.
Yeah, this attack's a lot faster than Toad Trail anyway. Toad Trail actually takes a long time to do.
Oh no!
I'd say none of these attacks come quite as close as to how difficult the Magic Koopa fight can be, though. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, the chemic fight you're talking about?
Yeah, Chemic fight.
Yeah, that skipped, thankfully. It used to be in this run, and that was probably the most brutal fight in like any Mario and Luigi game.
Some of the attacks, it just seems like it's impossible to avoid.
So here I'm purposely not using bro attacks because I'm doing a little bit of a damage manipulation. As well as when you use bro attacks, he can like... Bosses often they counterattack when you use special moves on them. So when you use it, one of Baldur's counterattacks is actually put back on the armor. So we don't want him to do that. So we're actually going to be just using normal attacks for a bit, and we can do a lot of damage just from counterattacking to him to get him down to HP that's manageable. Yeah, like from this attack. And especially this one, we want him to do this one. And generally, turn order is pretty like his attacks are pretty consistent if you do them in a certain way. So yeah. So it's about as expected. Although I have not found damage up or power up. If I find either of them, I should be able to complete the 2-cycle. I have not found them yet. I think I only have really one more chance to.
It'll just be a bit slower though.
Yeah.
I can throw in something just so it's not quiet, but
Sure.
this fight's a lot nicer than Dream Team because Dream Team, if you don't get what you want, the run's literally over. So
Really?
pretty sure Dream Team's the only run like that in the series. Yeah, the way it's routed, if Dreamy Bowser does something that you don't want, it's just over if you don't get it dead in 2 cycles, 2 turns. Luckily this game isn't like that. Dreamy Bowser has a lot more attacks and relies a lot more on RNG. It's a fairly tame boss fight compared to the rest of the series. But yeah, now he's in Rage, so of course his attacks are going to be a little faster. They're going to last a little longer too.
Yeah, so the problem is that damage up wears off. I did get power up. He might put his arm back on. I really hope he doesn't. Oh, he did. Yeah, when he's in Rage, which is very frustrating, he can put his armor back on when you use a card. So, fortunately, I found it a little bit later than I wanted.
Which puts him back above the Rage threshold, doesn't it? So,
Yeah.
kind of stupid.
I don't think Cannonball Chuck would have killed, but he's at low health right now.
Oh no!
Yeah, unfortunately, because when he has his armor on, he can do very, very long attacks. So when things like this happen.
Very slow. It's kind of interesting though. His attack's unique.
So yeah, normally like Paper Mario's trio attacks, which you're supposed to be using at this point, use a giant hammer, so he kind of uses that against you here. But we don't use Paper Mario. Did not break his armor. It's not good. Yeah, not having damage up is really bad.
This is a pretty annoying attack.
Yeah, so you can see just, you know, if I had damage up, he would have been dead before he put back his armor. Couldn't have done any of these attacks. Here you are.
Alright, so he's gonna be dead really soon.
He should be dead on this. If not, maybe one more attack, counter attack.
Bit of a scary fight, but Gig is prepared.
Yep. Well, I'm glad I didn't die in any of the worst places to die. I'm not deathless, but could have been way worse. So.
Is that time?
Not yet.
Okay.
There's a
little cutscene.
There'll be cutscenes and then it'll fade out. There's like probably another minute of cutscenes.
This game carries the tradition of having banger credit music as well.
I also like how Mario and Luigi just celebrate Bowser's defeat and Mario's still dead, just face planted.
But yeah, shoutouts to Solidified Gaming and Really Tall. They really pioneered this run, I would say. Sucks that they couldn't be here on commentary to provide insight on some of the glitches and stuff, but I think we got the gist of it pretty down pretty well. Yeah, you guys should definitely come back and watch the any percent run of this. It'll be a treat.
Yeah, this run has the advantage of having a very intense boss fights and climactic end of the run, but if you any percent kind of ups the ante in wackiness. So if you want to check out the any percent run, highly recommend it. It's a good watch.
I think it should almost be required to watch if you're getting into speedrunning, just to show you what speedrunning's about.
All right, time is coming up very soon. As soon as it fades to black here, and time.
Sub 2.
Sub 2. Okay, I'll take it. Sub 2 with 2 deaths. Not too bad.
Yeah, and if you want to see...
Wins all cards.
What were you saying, Rafi?
I said if you want to see an even faster version of this run, different category, make sure you tune in during SGDQ. It'll be on Wednesday. Be any percent run.
Yep.
So do you have any additional shoutouts before we wrap things up?
I guess I think Snelling already mentioned shoutouts to Solidified Gaming and Really Tall for glittering this game, and Really Tall is going to be on. We get him for commentary hopefully for SGDQ, and yeah, shoutouts to some runners. This game doesn't get too much activity, but shoutouts to Bunnybees run this a bit, and ONC who's found part of the mechanic skip, which was very important in making this run way better and definitely even marathon doable, I'd say. So yeah.
If you guys are interested in learning this run, preferably an 8%, I would say. Not a lot of people want to learn this category, but
Yeah,
There
this
is
is a bit rougher.
there is a Mario and Luigi Discord. We'd love to help you learn any game you want in the series. All of them are speedrunnable.
All right. Well, thanks so much for showing off this game. And once again, on August 19th, it's a Wednesday, there's going to be a run of the any percent version of this run at SGDQ. So make sure you tune in and see that. We're going to take a quick break and go get the next run set up. We're going to have a Plague Knight any percent run by Breadpan coming up next. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, during SGDQ, there's going to be a King of Cards run. So we're just showing off a different Shovel Knight category. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. We're going to play a few ads. If you're subscribed, you won't see the ads. And of course, subscriptions for this month are going to Médecins Sans Frontières, also known as Doctors Without Borders, the charity we're supporting this month with SGDQ. So if you've got a Twitch subscription or a Twitch Prime sitting around, you can send that in. You won't see the ads, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We've got our second to the last run of tonight, so we've got this one and then one more after it. And we've got Breadpan here, who's going to run Shovel Knight, Plague of Shadows for us, also known as just Plague Knight. And in SGDQ, we're going to have King of Cards, which is the newest one. So make sure you tune in for that. But we've got some Shovel Knight action for you of a different flavor to help hype things up a little bit. And we've got DOSBox Falco here to help commentate. How are you two doing today?
I'm doing fine.
I'm pretty nervous / excited, so
Yeah. I am excited to see what Redpan does with this game.
very nervous to see what I do.
Yeah.
I mean,
You'll be fine.
Breadpan's been on the show playing Plague Knight before, I believe.
Yeah, it was just boss rush though, because we had a time constraint, but it was still
Yeah.
pretty epic.
So hopefully we can get a good run, and hopefully your internet will hold out, knock on wood.
Yeah, hopefully.
So if
We'll
people
see.
aren't familiar with Plague Knight, if they've only seen Shovel Knight or the other campaigns, what would you give as like the brief introduction for this campaign?
A lot different.
Yeah, it's definitely different. It's I don't want to say slippery because everything has the same amount of like base momentum, but it's definitely faster and like flashes by a lot quicker with the base movement than any of the others do. Because you have Propeller Dagger with Shovel Knight, and you have the Rail Armor with Spectre, and you have the Run Armor with King, but this one you are fast from the very get-go, and even in the plane stage it's pretty hard. A bread reset, at least before, when I used to watch him stream about 6-8 months ago, he would reset a lot even on planes, even on the first level.
I've gotten pretty good at the level, so
Yeah.
also this is a marathon run, so that will not happen.
Yeah, you won't reset, but it's just to say, it's still a hard level, a fast level.
Yeah,
There
it's
are
got,
things to
it's
do.
got a lot of stuff to it that makes it really, really annoying, but that's just one level, so. I don't know.
Yeah.
One thing to note is that also Plague is like the only character where like its levels are just Shuffle's levels, except like a block is different sometimes. So
Yeah. But we'll get a little bit more into that as the run goes on.
Yeah, are you ready to get started?
yeah, I'll go ahead and hop over to the file I've written.
The important question is, did you do any special colors for this file?
Oh, I guess yeah, because like the one I would run with a lot was just the one that was sort of brownish, because the theme of bread didn't really go too well with some of the skin colors. So the one I have is just like slightly burnt looking, so hence why the file name is Toast.
Good, good choice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All right, when you're ready, give me a countdown.
Alrighty, Falco, do you want to do the honors?
I will try. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Delay. Alright, there we go. So, we're hopping into Shovel Knight Plague of Shadows. This released in 2017 as DLC to the 2014/15 indie game Shovel Knight. 2014 for 3DS, and it released a bit later for everything else. This is the fastest and the most unruly of all the campaigns. You can start and just immediately you see explosions all over the place under Plague Knight's feet. This is a specific mechanic of the game, of course. It's your main method of movement, bursting, as it's called. It's very fast and has some momentum to it as well, and has an arc. It's very getting a little stuck there on the ladder. But it takes a bit of charge time. You have to hold down the attack button. When you only press the attack button, you get bombs. If you hold down the attack button, you get that burst there. And that, along with the double jump, as you see Brett doing quite a bit. Oh, slime's bad RNG. But you're able to blaze through sections of the level that were specifically designed for Shovel Knight. Maybe there's a tweak or two, but some of the things you don't have to do the same platforming things that he did. That makes some sections easier, some sections harder. But I think it's a good mix overall. Here we're going to have the one and only real glitch in the category, this screen wrap there. It's left intentionally in the game. It's been known since a few months after release that if you go up there, the screen wraps because it doesn't know where to place you. But whoa, lots of button mashing there. This is the boss fight. Oh, he got knocked out. But,
Black Knight's annoying.
yeah, he's definitely an annoying boss. You were trying to burst forward and then knock him to the right, which saves a bit of time than just walking up and then bursting straight up, so he goes to the right all the time, which is a world record strat, and it only wastes a little bit of time to not have it work, just a few seconds. It's perfectly fine.
Black
But,
Knight is one of the only bosses where like he actually has iframes, so he's especially annoying.
Yeah, he's one of the only ones with iframes, and both of the ones with iframes have specific stun locks. Oh, yep, I did that a few times in practice.
Yeah.
Missing the mobs there, but that's fine. Yeah, both of the bosses that have invincibility frames, which is Black Knight and, as we will see later, Shovel Knight.
He who must not be named.
Yes, he who must not be named. Both of them have specific stun locks, and both of them have different requirements when it comes to it. Hopefully we'll be seeing the stun lock all other times, but that one. And it's optimal to do all of them but one of them, which is Black Knight 3. Because you fight Black Knight 3 times and Shovel Knight 2 times. So they're definitely a contention point in the run. Here we have King Knight. This is basically the second introduction level. It's about on the level of Plains in terms of difficulty, both when you're playing it casually and in the speedrun. You get to basically burst all over the place, burst, double jump, burst, and just blow through the enemies that Shovel Knight may or may not have had a problem with. It's worth noting that you would not come here if you're doing a specific route. You would not come here first. You would go to Spectre first to get more money, because there's an item here that Bread passed on that ladder section. You can go through a secret passageway and find the Big Boom Bomb, and that is something that technically saves time, but takes a long time to get past. And if you don't do all of the optimizations perfectly, it still it loses time. And Bread is not someone who's learned that, so he just skips past it. Both are
pretty tight route.
Yeah, it is a pretty tight route, and the world record doesn't have it, so also held by Breadpan. But it is possible to save a few more seconds over the world record if you did Big Boom. Here's King Knight. King Knight, you also mash bombs, but it's in a different pattern here. Oh man, I'm having some issues. I can't really see what's going on in the fight.
I think it's Bread that's having some issues.
That's fine. It looked like a pretty good fight from timing.
It was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, it was a pretty good fight, it looked like. But yeah, you would usually need that bonus money that you just got there from defeating him to get that big boom, but you're not going to see that here. There are a couple more routing things to go over, but those will be a bit later. This is the hub. It's not of too much use to us. You can buy things here if you want to in a casual run, but you're not going to be doing that in most runs, but 100%. You're going to be buying one thing later, but it's nothing to do with bombs. It's actually an upgrade to your magic, which we will also get to. Usually that big boom bomb that I was talking about would use that magic, but we'll be using it later for the only sub-weapon we'll be picking up. This is Spectre. It's, I believe, significantly harder than King Knight is. Mostly because you're in the dark a lot, and there's a lot of enemies to deal about. There's a lot more spikes as well. And while King Knight might have been harder in Shovel Knight because there's a lot more bottomless pits mean a bit less Plague Knight because you have burst, and you can basically, it's a get out of jail free card if you're skilled enough with it and have enough foresight. This room has a lot of history with those frogs. They're completely...
Yeah, they're really, really, really annoying.
Yeah, they're completely random, and their hitboxes are pretty big, and they're kind of hard to hit. So overall, they're pretty annoying. But there was a little quality of life patch when King Knight came out, where those heads those skeleton heads you put on to make the platforms go lower, those actually hit those frogs. They actually have hitboxes on them now. So if you get there's more RNG strains where you have a decent bit of luck. And I think that room there is like one of the best examples of Plague Knight just being able to blaze past things. He was over the top for like almost the whole time there. This is Spectre Knight. Oh man, he tried the RNG-less strat there, because there is a coin flip here. It's a exactly 50-50 chance. And he did try to do it there.
Still technically got no RNG, but that was not how the fight was supposed to look.
Yeah, he got basically, that was probably better than no coin flip, but it was strictly not better than getting coin flip. But that is better to do on average, because if you get no coin flip, it's, what is it, Brad, like 7 to 8 seconds?
It's like 5 or 6 seconds or so.
5 to 6, 7, something like that. It's probably 7 to 8 for me. So it's pretty brutal if you get that, but if you go for no RNG, you usually waste about 3 to 4. If you get even just like what he got there, which was, he messed it up a little bit. But you only waste just a little bit of time going for the no RNG strat, or you might save time if you do it perfectly. So that's what he was attempting to do there, but it's a pretty hard strat. It's pretty hard to nail. Speaking of pretty hard, we have Explodatorium here, which is usually the home of Plague Knight, but now it is the home of Shovel Knight, or the home, quote-unquote, of Shovel Knight. That is the boss we're fighting here. This level is the only one that I was trying to remember. I don't think there's any other level that's as purely influenced by global cycles as Explodatorium is. And they're pretty important because of how you have to manage your health. We'll get into it later, but you need to be at a specific health for Shovel Knight in order for the stun lock to work. There are health pots, or not health pots, but turkeys. But basically same thing, right? There are turkeys at the end of each level that fully restore your health, but you can't fully restore your health because you need to be at 2 health bubbles, aka 4 health or lower, for the Shovel Knight stun lock to work. Here we have mashing extraordinaire scientist here. It doesn't look, yeah, we didn't get the good fight. That's all right. We were just 1 hit shy, but that's perfectly all right. Yeah, these fire pillars are completely on global cycles. As in, as soon as you enter the level, they start going, and if you mess up in the level anywhere, not in just those rooms, it's going to slow you down. Again, it matter a lot less if you didn't have to do the health management that you have to. This is going to come up one more time in boss rush when, oh, still going for that strat, even though now he only has half health. But he's gonna have to use a tonic here. Didn't comment on it because we didn't get the tutorial tonics in Plains, but there are tonics that man, that is loud. There are tonics in Plains that give you 1 piece of health. Okay, we got the Shovel Knight. Oh no, not Anchor.
Okay.
Anchor with half health.
That was he who must not be named.
Yeah, that was Shovel Knight. It was a little hard to see, but he was in the stun lock there for about half of his health. Then he threw an anchor, and that's the only thing that can really go wrong. He also has a thing where as soon as you drop 3 of his bubbles, aka 6 health, he's gonna restore all of it, and then you get into the real fight, quote unquote. But that didn't happen because bread smashing was good. The reason you want to be at 2 health or less is because if you're not at 2 health or less, or 4 health or less, excuse me, 2 health bubbles, he's going to use something that you find in the Shovel Knight campaign, the invincibility, whatchamacallit, invincibility cloak, I'll call it, and that will stop your stun lock, and then you'll be able to get out of there and use an anchor or whatever else he has. I was talking about route changes, and this is one that Brett and I feel very strongly about. This is mole first, which actually wastes a second. We only do it because we're used to it from 3DS days, back when Plague of Shadows came out. They released very quickly. They released a patch to the overworld, to where the overworld bosses, you might have seen them, like it pauses for a little bit to like shift their positions around a bit, just like in Super Mario Bros. 3, with the Hammer Brothers. But they never come to the right side of the screen, as you saw. They were used to be able to, and sometimes they would block your passage to treasure. So us players who played Plague of Shadows specifically on the 3DS, which is both Brett and I, while we were first getting into it, usually went mole first, because then you have two passageways and those Hammer Brothers can never fully block you. So that's why we do this, even though it's a little bit slower. It's just comfortable at this point. Mole, this is one of the first scary instant death levels. There's lava everywhere. More instant death than there was in Spectre. But again, with Plague, if you're doing well, if you're rolling, if you're dealing your burst correctly, you're gonna fly over all of it. Usually those are two auto-scrollers, and Shovel has a lot of problems getting through them. But, you know, it's absolutely no problem for Plague. Here's Mole Knight. This is a pretty simple boss. There's nothing like super to it. You'll get him close to the wall here and tag the easy victory. Yeah, that is probably the most instant death that you're going to see in World 2 before Propeller Knight.
Yeah, Propeller's got a lot of death. Hopefully none of it.
Propeller, aka the crying machine, some like to call it. Flying machine, crying machine.
Dying machine.
Dying machine. There's a lot of names for it.
I just need you to know that chat is having a day. They're having so much fun with the bread puns in chat.
Oh boy.
They're having fun with the I appreciate it. That's good to do. Ooh, got that burst on transition there.
I was worried you were about to say chat is having a day with the stream quality, but fortunately...
No. They are enjoying the bread puns greatly.
Very nice. This is Treasure Knight. This is a mostly underwater level, which you don't see for much of the entire rest of the game. But compared to most games, I'd say these water mechanics are pretty nice. Especially with Plague, you get more sustained momentum because you fall slower, and with the even with the level design with the tentacles and all that, it's really fun to just blaze across and mostly again skip over most of the instant death. Shovel Knight has a lot more time going through that. This is our favorite friend, the anglerfish. He has some nicknames, but I'll stick to anglerfish here.
They're not PG.
Yeah, I can't exactly say them right now, but
You'd be perfect fun.
yeah, he's a bit of a dude. He likes to go low or high, and it's completely random. Bird got a great pattern. That was actually like perfect. But sometimes he can just go high, and you can do nothing about it. And you have to just go back to the ground and then burst again. While you're in the water, you can keep a consistent height with your bursts, because of how much time you have to hold down the button. But you can't gain any height, so if you lose your double jump, then you just have to go back to the ground if he goes too high for you. I'm gonna do the damage boost here. Yep, I love that damage boost off the anchor.
That's pretty good.
Yep. So here comes the second big RNG point. First is Spectre, which Brett tried to eliminate. He did, but it was a little slower. Whoa. Oh, going for the turkey. I see.
Classic.
Yeah, you kind of went to the left there, and I was a little confused. But this is Treasure Knight. he is completely luck dependent as well, just like Spectre is. But he has more things to his pet. Oh, wow. Okay. That was a...
That was like a perfect start, but he still went to the ceiling. But for a ceiling fight, it was pretty good.
Yeah, for a ceiling fight, it was pretty good. You saw there, you might have thought he made a mistake with doing the final hit, but he actually delayed it because him floating to the ground takes significantly longer than him using the anchor to go down. So that was a really good awareness by Bread.
Yeah, get used to it with bad luck.
Yeah. You played this game, you know, tens of thousands of times at this point, so you gotta know. Just a few things, story-related things going on there. We mostly mashed past it, but that was a little cutscene.
You do get a health upgrade out of it.
You do get health upgrades after every world is completed. But that's mostly what the story means to you in the speedrunning sense. We have Propeller here, which is definitely the most instant death in the entire run. This is a very scary level. Oh, not even getting the bonk on that. That was clean. And there are lots of spikes, there are lots of pits. Lots of enemies in general. It's a pretty scary place, and there are a few tricks to skip some cycles. Yeah, that's a trend with a lot of a Plague Knight. You can do it a lot with Shovel Knight as well with the Propeller Dagger, which you get here as Shovel. You can skip cutscenes, or not cutscenes, but skip auto-scrollers and semi-auto scrollers using the Propeller Dagger, but Plague gets to do that with his base kit, and I think that, I don't know, it shows a lot of disparity in their average movesets. This is where we get our first and only sub-weapon here. This is going to be the Staff of Striking. It's a melee weapon, which is completely different than everything else Plague has in his base arsenal. But it's also the best melee weapon in the game across all campaigns. It has, at its base, it has 5 strikes, and they all do half a heart each, which is the same as a bomb. So, like one of your base bombs that you have, you know, as your regular part of your kit. So it does a lot of damage, and magic, unlike in Shovel Knight, is something that replenishes automatically. Which I don't think... It does that in King Knight as well, if I'm not mistaken.
It does not.
It does not? Oh, so Plague is the only one that does that. I was thinking of... I don't know what I was thinking.
Maybe Spectre New Game Plus, except it does the opposite there.
Yeah, Spectre New Game Plus, except it always drains there. But, no, it keeps going up, it keeps chugging, so even if you lose it for a little bit, you still get it back. And that much DPS is very nice to have, and it's something you absolutely need for the speedrun.
I think that was the fastest spam cycle.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, oh, wow. Whew. Very nice. You almost beefed it a little bit there, but ended up doing well. Let's see if he gets... This is one of those semi-auto scrollers that the Propeller Dagger usually deals with, but you just deal with it with your base kit. Yep, just skip past everything required. Very nice. Here we have Propeller, and I'm curious to see what strat Bread goes for here. It's probably the fastest Propeller. Let's see. Yep, he attempted to use the Staff of Striking in the middle of the battle and after as well. But he ended up not hitting a few and almost going into the pit there.
I don't know, that's an easy strat, but I wasn't getting it in practice either, so...
Yeah, that, it happens. It's just a little bit faster than only using it at the end. But, it is good to go for, and especially if you're at Bread Pants level. But sometimes you miss it. These things happen. After you clear any level... oh. Whoa.
It's after Black Knight.
Oh, I just had the fade out like repeat 2 or 3 times. I was a little confused.
Yeah, that was me trying to force the stream to catch up, but it wasn't behaving.
Sorry. After you beat any one level, in World 3, you're going to have a Plague Knight encounter. This is, or not Plague Knight, Black Knight encounter. This is Black Knight 2. The same stun lock that Brett attempted before is going to work on him, but it's a lot tighter. You'll be able to see how it was supposed to go here. So for the first 3/4 of his health bar, he got it how he was supposed to. But then he breaks out. It's really hard to get, especially the double bomb version, where you keep mashing the button in a rhythm. You can keep throwing single bombs, and he would have gotten it if he was only throwing single bombs. He would have been fine, but it's a lot harder to get those double bombs down. And for story reasons, your usual cashier Mona here is replaced with Mr. Horseman. And we're off to the races. He has to race around. I love that. This is another route change. Usually... Oh, what are you doing? Oh, you need more money. Ah, I see. Oh, he's going for the tonics, my bad. Yeah, usually you would go through that shop after the next level, which is Polar Knight. But you don't... he picked up a few extra bits of gold along the way, so he was able to do it there. He also went for safety tonics, so he could have more health and more leniency in the boss rush that's coming up. So he had to sell off the one music sheet he had that he got in an Explodatorium. Here's Polar. This is probably the shortest level. And it is the shortest level in World 3. It's one of the shortest levels in the game. Very short, very sweet. Has a lot of scary moments. There's a lot of bombs, lots of spikes. Yeah, lots and lots of spikes. We'll be seeing that come into play, especially in the last room. That is a pretty darn scary time. Yeah, also lots of bottomless pits. Sorry. Takes that damage boost there so we can get through all this. If you don't and you try to do the same movement he just did, you will fall immediately into the bottomless pit and die. Again, that damage boost there lets him get through this section easier, gets through it faster. Plague Knight, I haven't touched on this, but Plague Knight really loves his damage boost because he has the furthest damage boost. Ooh, getting wrecked by the dragon there.
The iframes didn't work as well as I thought.
Yeah, sometimes iframes are a little confusing.
So what is it about Plague Knight's damage boost you were saying?
Sorry, Plague Knight's damage boost is the furthest one in the game, so when you get hit, you fly back the farthest out of anyone. Shovel Knight is a bit, King Knight is not a lot at all, Spectre is a little bit in between those two, I believe. And Plague Knight is very, very long, so you use that to your advantage to get past certain sections. And that's the thing you see a lot, and that's why health management is really important, especially when you need your health to be lower. You see where you want to use the damage boost. That was a great Polar fight, by the way. The reason you buy the magic is so you can basically use Staff of Striking all in one go, or use it a few times, and he was able to use it there more than you're usually able to if you don't buy it, saving a few seconds and overall saving time for the extra gold he went out of his way to get. And again, he went out of his way just a very little amount, so it's a good thing to go for, but it's a little weird to think of if you're not used to it, and Red, I believe, is the only one that does it.
I have all the numbers down, Pat.
Yeah, you do know your numbers. Lots of people don't want to worry about the numbers, just I don't know, bang head against rock play game, and well, at least that's me. Here we are at Tinker. This is a very auto-scroll level. You have a semi-auto scroller and a real auto scroller. One of them you can skip, one of them you can't. Again, we'll only be just using Plague's base kit to get past it, and that is pretty fun. We'll see what strat Bread does, because there are a few ones that look more dangerous than others, and some of them look pretty funny. Here we're coming up on it now. You can also yeah, he's not going to skip that checkpoint. You can skip that checkpoint if you want for fun, but I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, yep, getting the furthest damage boost there. Again, this is really, you need that damage boost there, or else you just die. Usually, another strat you can do involves 2 damage boosts in there, or 3 damage boosts, 2 in that second half. But he opted to just have more health, and that, I don't know, there's a little bit of a time delta there, but nothing too massive. That's a lot of plague strats. There's nothing like too massive in ideology that shifts around when you go from a mid-level player to a high-level player to a top-level player. But all the little seconds just dwindle down and down and down, and
It's all about the movement.
yeah, it's all about the movement, and all about those split-second little optimizations that you get. Yeah, that's just, yeah, it's a lot about the little things. This auto scroller can't skip. If he hadn't bought tonics, safety tonics, he would be able to get another one here. You can get basically 3 for free in a regular run with no safety, basically. Oh, I don't know what the yes was for. Let's see. We're on a little bit of a delay here. Oh, you got the good fight. Very nice. Going into... Tinker's the only one that has a second or 2 phases. You have 2 health bars, and you can usually KO him in Shovel Knight with... Whoa, oh, just messed it up a little bit there, that's fine. Still got the good kill. Usually you can kill him in 1 hit with the... I don't remember the name. Brad, do you know the name? Of
The mobile gear.
The mobile gear, yeah. And that's the thing that you actually get in Tinker Knight stage with Shovel Knight.
Wait, is
So-
that actually called the mobile gear? That's funny.
It is the mobile gear.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then, so to compensate for that, because you can just auto OHKO him with Shovel, you do double damage with Plague. And that second fight, you don't do any extra damage. But again, the Staff of Striking coming very much into it. So, all 8 regular levels are done. You get the big tonic that's supposed to beat the bad guy, and then you go. These are the tower levels coming up here. As soon as the smoke fades. Tower levels, very scary, not only for their platforming, but also for their boss fights. Definitely some of the weirdest boss fights and the weirdest interactions in the game, especially if you're mostly used to how the rest of the game works. Black Knight 3 boss rush, and the Enchantress level with 3 different boss fights it definitely rocks the boat a little bit, especially boss rush. We'll get to that in just a bit here. Tower 1, also very short level, short and sweet. It has this little semi-auto scroller crusher here. We skip past as much of it as possible. Not much else you can do. It looks pretty lenient, but it's actually a little scary coming up here. The semi-auto scroller. I don't think you can skip this much in Shovel, so that's a skip that's pretty exclusive to play.
I think you could do it with the propeller dagger. But
Okay,
I'm not
I
sure.
thought you had to still wait an extra cycle.
don't
Just one
remember.
more. Shovel is a pretty different run, so not super, not extremely familiar with it. Oh, going through again, talking about those damage boosts, going through those spikes there, very scary. Oh, and yep, here's the bit rate. This
Yeah.
this level destroys bit rates, even good ones. So
Yeah, even when people
It's a
have good
little-
internet, it's gonna get pixelated.
yeah, because it looks really nice, but then you just try to actually stream it. It's
It's
terrible.
like the Rainbow Road
But,
in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I think everybody's
Yep.
used to seeing that one on streams.
Alright, let's see, get the stun lock, yep, got the, he usually throws fireballs there, right? And he was able to, stop him from doing that, which saves quite a bit of time, and got the, good kill on the bird as well. Very nice. From there, oh, only had 1 staff left. That could have been bad. Could have wasted quite a bit more time, but fortunately, Brett knows his stuff. He knew that he only had 1 staff left, I'm sure. And we're going into Tower 2 here, the most polarizing level of this run by far. It's quite a bit shorter in actual level length than most of the levels, but that is very much made up for the boss fights, or the boss fights, I might say. You get to fight every single boss fight that you fought in the original 8, and every single strat is different because you have Staff of Striking now, and also you're in a different room, and it's optimal to start from a different location. So, and also the boss order, minus 2 of them, is completely random, so you also have to watch for that. It's a very scary time, and it's probably Bread's most practiced, like, and every top runner's most practiced level, most practiced boss by far, just because of the high amount of variance and how much messing up can mean to a run. Because at the end, you also fight Shovel Knight, and the same thing where he uses the invincibility happens if you're not below or at 4th health or below. So that's a really big issue. That's why he's taking damage here. He's going in with 7 damage, which is very respectable. It's optimal to go in with 5 or 4, aka the bare minimum, but also it's really scary, and you shouldn't go for it in a spotlight where you're trying to not die.
Hold your horses there. My original plan was the fiber.
It was. Oh, did you like run out of time? Is that why you're?
Yeah, I didn't want to die from the dollar scroll.
Oh, so you're still going for the damage. Why are you doing that? Like, do this to me,
I think you did this last time too. So like, I'm not too surprised by it, but one thing I'm curious about is like, how much does managing your staff ammo between the bosses matter in the boss rush?
Oh, that also matters a lot. There are some bosses where you start with the staff, and there's some that you end it with. And if you get those back to back, it wastes time. If your first spawn is a specific night, Treasure Night, that's also going to waste some time. So it's really important to get a pretty decent pattern. And if you don't, it's poopy. Polar Knight is the only one that has a guaranteed spawn location, minus Shovel Knight. He is guaranteed to be in the first 3 because he has instant instant death with the spikes still. So they didn't want you to get to number 7 and then have to bite it because of the spikes there. And again, this is one of those bosses where you use staff in the beginning and the middle. But if he had used more on Polar, his strat would have been a bit different, because you need to stop using the staff for a little bit so the magic recharges. Oh, missed it a little bit there. That's alright. You need to just wait a little bit for it to recharge. So again, right here, if he gets Tinker Knight, he's in a really bad position. But he gets Propeller, so it's all good. You also get a bit of time in between each, so it's still, like, as long as you don't use most of it, you're mostly not going to be affected. But you usually have to use most of it for the fastest kills, so you want to have as much as possible. That turkey is the biggest offender by far of time loss. You can lose, up to a minute if you have to do the Shovel Knight boss fight without the stun lock. So avoiding that turkey is very critical, and you see Bread just kind of dancing around it the whole time. Here we have Treasure. He has a good spawn position. If you spawn, if you're a little bit closer when he spawns, he ends up going up to the ceiling and then moving to the left, which wastes a couple seconds. But fortunately, he was able to get it there. And again, if he gets hit by Tinker here, he's going to careen into that turkey. That's just the scary thing. You just have to make sure you don't get hit to the left. And this is why he bought tonics, because he came in with 5 health and he just keeps getting hit, which is pretty normal. Lots of runners, lots of even top 5, top 10 runners going with 7, 8 health. Bread just trying to go for the world record strat. Here we have the shovel staff lock, which looks different and is a lot more difficult. See if he gets it here. Oh, he's going for just bombs. Oh, and fortunately he doesn't get just bombs. Yep, but just going for the staff here. Yep, staff and double bombs as much as he can, so he can save staff. But yeah, did it pretty decently. I had it drop there in the beginning, but after Icor, that's perfectly fine.
Then, of course, it has to end with Shovel Knight winning anyway.
Absolutely, because the lore behind it, it's a little confusing, but basically what the game is trying to say is that Plague of Shadows and Shovel of Hope, which are both of these campaigns, happen at about the same time. So this is like Plague's side journey as Shovel is going through his own thing. They basically throw that out the window for the final level here because you have completely different bosses and Shovel Knight's nowhere to be found. But that's perfectly fine. Again, it's a little confusing, but that's kind of the reason why it goes past. This is the final level. You have a bit of an auto-scroller, and then you get into the boss fights pretty quick. There's a safety strat here where if you just stand to the left and right, you can not get hit, but he is opting to dance around and entertain us all. Shout out to Bread. This section is completely in the dark, and when you approach blocks, they light up, but you get to fly over them all. Unlike Shovel Knight, you have to kind of feel your way around the place, but Plague Knight, you literally just go over all of them with your burst and double jump. It's a fantastic thing. Here we have the same fight from Shovel of Hope, Enchantress. We're going to be... Oh, you died, didn't you?
I was doing so well with that in practice. I'll get a better try.
He just dropped straight down. Yeah, what were you going for there? I'm a little confused. I'm not 100% sure what was gone for there, but he ran out of staff, which you're not supposed to do.
Okay, I'm really ashamed of myself.
Oh no, Brad. You've had such a good run so far.
I know, it was deathless. I was thinking, like, no way I'm dying to this guy.
That was like gonna be a 39 or like maybe a high 40 or a low 40. But hey, that's how things are. This boss is pretty brutal. If you try to go for the good strat, you're right down there. Right down there where the instant death is, and that can be a pretty big issue. All right, got during swoops, which is some of the best you can get. Oh, I do that a lot too, Red. That little pause there. That's okay. Now you get to fight an extra boss, the only original boss or the one of two original bosses for, oh wait, no, not yet. My bad. So we didn't fight Plague Knight, because we are Plague Knight, but now we get to fight Plague Knight. So the Plague of Shadows, we get to fight the same fight from Shovel Knight. It's just as random from Shovel Knight. It's pretty weird because we don't really have a full-on melee weapon, so we can't do the same things that Shovel Knight did. So we kind of just fly around and throw bombs and hopefully get him there. Yep, that was a pretty good fight. Got pretty good luck. Because the ground's always shifting and he's always spawning vats. It's a little weird. And you're also in the dark.
So here's your chance to say the unique boss fight.
Yeah, this is the unique boss exclusive to this game. This is not called the Plague of Shadows. I'm actually not sure what this is called.
It's called the Plague, or no, it's not called. It's called the Corrupted Essence.
The Corrupted Essence, because the thing you had, the potion, was the essence.
That's time.
Yeah. Oh, time? Oh, still a high 40. So pretty good run overall.
That could have been a sub 40. I'm a little disappointed.
That could have been a sub 40, but hey, sometimes you just have death spin. I didn't really get to comment on that boss, but it was a good boss fight. He got a 2-cycle. There have been world records with 3-cycle, so it's good that he got 2-cycle.
Yeah.
All right.
So at this point of the game, we didn't really cover any of the story at all because we skipped it all. But basically, Plague Knight has built up this giant nuke to propose to Mona, and then Mona's like, "No, I don't want it." So they throw it out and they blow up the tower, and then the credits ensue.
Yep. It's a very it's a very silly thing. It's not even exaggerating what Brett said. That is exactly what happens.
Like 10 seconds to flex. Okay, this is the moment of my life.
Well, we have
moment is
something
quite
important
done.
that always must happen at the end of these runs.
Yep. We okay,
there
so
we
we're gonna
go.
go through the credits here, and you're going to see.
Just special shout out to Yacht Club for giving that support to the people who play this game too much.
Yeah. So there is Breadpan any percent speedrun record. Yeah, just have to flex a little bit for the stream. Yeah, he's put a lot of time into it. I wasn't able to even get. I have about a time like 30 seconds faster than this. I wasn't able to get a no reset like 42 with any consistency. So just getting a 40 even with 3 deaths there is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
This is a
Here's
very
the
good
dancing.
the end screen, by the way. I could watch the end screen for like
Oh yeah.
for the rest of my life.
This is the other important thing to do. You always just let the dance while we do shoutouts. So
Yep.
Yeah,
do you
no
two have
worries. I'm
shoutouts?
not gonna close this thing anytime soon.
Yep. Brad, you got anyone to shout out here?
Trust me, I do. Of course, obviously, just the general shovel community. They're a great bunch of dudes. Particular to the Plague dudes, Tolu is my man. He's been there since the very beginning.
Yeah, the when you got into it, he was the world record holder.
Yeah. He had 39:20 for a good while. Also, Oddbot. We can't forget Oddbot and his legendary 40 flat time. He's a real nice dude. Give him some love. He runs like Celeste and stuff now. He was a real good plague runner. Held the record for like 3 seconds for about a month before Flad came in, and Flad destroyed the record for a good while. But then I came in, so haha. Like those are the Playboys. Shout out to the Race War fellas. And other than that, don't forget they're the other characters too. So, you got Moo for Spectre. Smoggy is really, really, really good at shovel. It's kind of scary. Make sure to check that one out. And also, I wish I could say me for King, but it's not. It's David. So
You can't flex that hard.
yeah.
well,
I have to maintain my ego somehow.
guess who's running King Knight at SGDQ?
Oh, I wonder who.
Is it Mr. David himself?
Yeah.
All right. I wish him luck with that run. I will be in the chat.
Yeah, I will be as well. Maybe, I don't know.
If your internet works.
That's actually on the first day, I believe. Yeah, Sunday
Oh, fair.
afternoon. So right near the beginning of the marathon, David TKI, who's been hanging out in chat. Hi, David. Will be running King of Cards for SGDQ. So if you enjoyed this, you should watch that as well. But I'll let you get back to your shoutouts.
I mean, that's about. Like, I'll probably think of like some more I should have said like 2 hours from now, but for now,
That's alright.
I think just could probably fill out names for the rest of the shovel community, but my brain is very small, so it doesn't have too many names in there. I should mention shoutouts to Falco for agreeing to commentate, even though I was very vague about when this was going to be.
He told me 10 a.m.
10 a.m.? What?
I said 10 period.
You said 10 period, which I thought, oh, military time. I'm going to get up at 8 a.m. and I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to be there.
And then I was asleep while he was painting me,
Everyone
so
was asleep.
it was a bit of a
No
problem.
one was here. I was like, I got
Oh
played.
no.
So
Yeah,
it worked
was all
out.
a plan.
I took a nap and we're here now.
Oh no, I didn't know this happened.
It's all good.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We solved it ourselves by yelling at each other for about 5 minutes.
We yelled at each other. It was all good. All right. I don't have any shoutouts that Brad didn't already say, so I think we can get to setting up the next run here.
All right.
Make it easier on you.
Thank you very much, Bread and Falco, for being on. We've got one more run coming up tonight. It's going to be Baldur's Gate, any percent current patch by Surly. It's actually a run that was accepted to RPG Limit Break before it got canceled. Well, delayed, I should say. But at SGDQ, he's going to be running the DLC. So we're going to be showing off the main game. And stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes with that, with our final run of the night.
Alright, good luck to him on that. I suppose I'll disconnect from the RTMP now.
Yep. All right, everyone. Welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We're back with our final run of the night. Got Baldur's Gate. Going to be run by Seriously Surly. Should be a bunch of fun. We've got a bum here helping us out. That sounds really funny when I say it like that. But this has been sort of our preview show for SGDQ. All of these games are going to be in Summer Games Done Quick. Just different categories are being run. So if you enjoyed any of these runs, look up the schedule. It just got linked in chat. You can find when these games are going to be on. And there's plenty of other games to enjoy for a good cause. So encourage everyone to check it out. I'm sure most of you in chat were already planning on it. But just sort of, building up a little bit of hype for SGDQ. So how are you two doing today?
Doing super good.
Doing fantastic. Glad to be here.
Alrighty.
How would you introduce this game to people if they're not familiar? Because I know we're going to have some people in chat who probably weren't born yet when this came out.
That's true. So it was originally released in, I think, 98. It is what is known as a CRPG, and this is kind of a top-down tactical, real-time with pause sort of RPG style. Typically, you end up with a party of adventuring people. You walk through the story, and this is largely based on the old D&D rules, specifically AD&D 2.5. So if you're familiar at all with Dungeons and Dragons, then this is kind of the first video game adaptation that really, really made it.
Yeah, and casually this game is pretty long, but
we kind of ignore a lot of the things. And we ignore the party thing, and we ignore leveling and learning spells and most of the thievery stuff. Yeah, no, we're
equipping a weapon.
Equipping a weapon, swinging a sword. We kind of ignore that too. Yeah.
Well, what would be the quick overview of the speedrun? Like, if people aren't familiar at all, like what should we expect here?
Bards are amazing. We use a class called a Bard Blade, so we move fast pretty much always. So this gets us from area to area, very, very quickly. So we're going to do a bunch of exploration. We've got a few bosses that we need to kill, and we're going to kill them in very quick fashion, because this is a speedrun. We abuse some of the in-game mechanics, no actual glitches, and then we suddenly end up at the end of the game, and we can just kind of scratch our heads and then win without ever swinging our sword.
Sounds fun. All right. Whenever you're ready, I'm good to go.
All right. Do just a quick explanation on our character before we start.
Oh, sure.
We tend to start at control of the character. So, as I said, we're playing a Bard Blade. So this is a new subclass that was introduced with the Enhanced Edition. We're a half-elf for our race. This is largely due to a few extra bonuses to our pickpocket and to our trap detect. For a stat line, we don't have too many requirements. The only hard two we have are the strength of 15 and the charisma of 18. Everything else is negotiable. We just tend to like the extra dexterity and constitution for quality of life. And then our weapon proficiencies just really don't matter. So that whole not swinging a sword thing.
I'm a big fan of the picture there.
Thank you. That is my pupper, Hobbs. He's a good boy. Right, so we're going to play on core rules because we don't want the enemies to deal less damage, because if everything goes well, we're not getting hit. Cross our fingers.
Yep.
So, whenever you're ready here, we can do a countdown.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
Alright, in 3, 2, 1, go. Take her away, a bum.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the commentary for this run, so Surly can concentrate on the many involved button presses that he needs to do, mostly just clicking ahead of him because he's running really quickly. We're going to start out the game in under the foster care of Gorion, who just already got murdered. We're going to check to the south to open up and to discover an area that we'll go to later. We're going to talk to our childhood friend, steal her stuff, abandon her, and then walk up here to these other two guys who are also going to quickly befriend, steal her stuff, and leave. This is largely going to be a solo run. These are the last party members you're going to see, and there they go. So, couple things I'm going to try and get out of the way early here. Before we do map transitions, as we go to the edge of a screen, we're going to it'll pop up the world map. We're going to be able to select an area that we have discovered and travel there. That's going to cause us to travel some amount of in-game hours, and every 4 hours of travel, it's going to roll for a random encounter. So to refresh our ability, because it wears off quickly, we're going to rest, which also every time we rest, depending on the area we're in, is going to roll for a random encounter. So we're going to quick save before that, just to make sure in case we do encounter, we can quick load and try again. What I already missed there, because I'm not talking quickly enough, is that we picked up a ring out of a rock, because that's a thing that happens in this world. We're then going to go back to that area that we earlier discovered, to sell that for a lot of money. We're a bard, we're going to buy a bunch of items and win through the power of money, because we know exactly what items we need to get through this game.
This was the fun part of the routing. There's a lot of options for what we can get and what we can use, and so we had a lot of options and testing of trying to get things optimized. So this is our current best guess of what is best. So of that, we are grabbing a potion of magic blocking, a scroll of magic protection. Sorry, I'm concentrating.
Yep,
and then
I can take it if you want.
Perfect, go for it.
So it's a scroll of protection for magic, which we'll use at the very end of the game. Scroll of identify for a one that we'll find in a bit. A scroll of mirror image, and 3 scrolls of invisibility, as well as actually, no, that's it, because we already picked up the potions of speed off of our friends. So this is a really bad random encounter. Get through this alive.
They're missing like bosses.
There you go. Good job. So we're on our way to do our one and only side quest. We're going to pick up, discover an area there off to the east, and then go talk to this guy and convince him that he should seek, some help for being possessed. We just did that. We went to the temple. He gave us a sword. Great. Now we're in the town that we actually needed to. So doing that quest actually teleported us to a different area. We get to keep our speed and run. We talked to the mayor there. Told us that there's trouble in the mines. So we're going to head south and go help with that. On our way, we're going to pop our first potion of speed because we got a lot of running to do, and our offensive spin doesn't last long enough for us. We're going to wander over to this tree, pick up a wand. We're going to use that scroll of identify that we purchased to know what it does. So now we have offensive capability finally. Load up our quick bar for the next few items we're going to need, and talk to the mine owner to get permission to go in. We're going to cast the invisibility because after this we don't want to talk to anyone and we don't want combat. So I'm going to take a minute and explain kind of some of D&D. It was originally a tabletop game, still is, but older set of rules here. And generally speaking, all of your success and failure checks are going to be based off of a D20 dice roll. So everything's broken down to increments of 5%. All of your damage rolls are generally not that large of dice. I can't think of an instance where they would be. And in our case, it's going to be based off of some number of D6 or 6-sided dice.
Our wand is an 8d6.
Our wand is an 8d6 single target. Here we're going to cast Mirror Image, which gives us a 33% chance to not get hit. We wander over a trap, which springs, and since we had Mirror Image up, we got lucky and didn't take damage. One of our illusions died instead. We're going to come up to this other trap, and hopefully the same thing happens. Nah, one hit point, last hit point's the best hit point. So now here we're going to come up to our first boss and use that wand that we just equipped. And hopefully we get some good damage rolls based off of that. And 2 shots is good enough. Level up quick.
I flubbed.
Sorry.
It's
Um,
okay. I wanted to heal.
And he froze in front of the chest, so he had to wait for him to explode. Leveling up gives you more hit points because as we come out here, now we're visible and we're going to get shot. Oh, good. Critical misses, keeping that luck up. Only one hit down there, and then there's a couple slimes that also can end some runs. Oof. That last shot was coming for you. So we're out of that. We're going to go to the carnival just to the north and do one more bit of shopping for the bit, which is a necklace of fireballs. It is a D&D game, so we love casting fireballs. It's a area of effect spell that we'll equip and use in 2 places later.
On
All
we
right.
go to the Thieves' Woods.
Yep, so we're going to go up to that mapping that we did earlier. We're going to go to the Larswood because we discovered that. Oh, another Gibbling encounter. Awesome.
Best of the best. Buckle up. Nail them.
So where we're going to actually use bard abilities and talk to people. I say that because bards are known for talking to people, but we're not going to use any amount of charisma. This is an instance in the game of a stat check. We just need to have 15 strength to say, yeah, we're totally going to be abandoned. And they're like, you look strong enough. We'll take you. And so they take us to their hideout, and that saves the trouble of us having to find it. So we're going to
fight through it.
And fight through it. Because they totally trust us. So all we're going to do now is drink a potion of absorption, which makes us immune to electricity. We picked that up out of the chest of the boss that we just killed. And it just so happens that there's a chest in here with a lightning bolt trapped on it, which is a really odd choice. This guy's going to try and talk to us and say that we're not supposed to be here. But as long as he doesn't talk to us, we're totally supposed to be here. By picking up that letter, we know everything. We get to advance the chapter and move on with the quest. Now it's on to the Cloakwood Mines. So to explain a few things coming up here, there's going to be a screen with some spiders on it. The Cloakwood Mines have a lot of spiders in them. And we're going to use a potion of magic blocking that we bought in High Hedge to make ourselves immune to the web effects that are going to be trapped all around in the screen. Equip a few things here. That otherwise there's going to be a lot of noise as all these webs go off. It's always scary.
Got all 3.
There we go. All right, so we're through that. We're going to get a bunch more random encounters because RNG is with us today. And I'm going to start explaining a few of the mechanics coming up here. So we're going to invisibility our way. Oh my! Invisibility our way across a bridge in the 2 screens from now, and hide in the stables. There's going to be an NPC that has some really fast boots on him, and we want to kill him and take his boots. So while we're in the stables, we're out of sight in the fog of war, and that does not activate his script because he wants to talk to us first. And so as long as we stay in the fog of war and just keep throwing fireballs in his direction, we're going to damage him, but he's not going to do anything back. So we're then also going to use what's kind of just known as a round reset. It's very creative, but that's what it does. This game operates on a round system, so every 6 seconds is 1 round. But if we save and do a quick load, we're able to reset that back to time 0 and refresh our action so we can cast more fireballs. This allows us to look at our damage roll, see if he took enough damage to not waste our fireballs, and then save and reset the round, and that speeds up the process of us having to kill him. So we've equipped the boots. They give us double speed. If we stack this with a potion of speed, we get 4x speed. Now we move really quick. We're going to go invisible again because we still don't like talking to people, and we're going to avoid some traps here. Traps check on on a fairly regular basis, but if we move across them fast enough, they just don't have time to go off within the game code. We're going to make use of our half-elfness and try and find the secret door as fast as possible and go fight another boss. We're also going to abuse his scripting because he's technically not an enemy yet. We're not in combat, so we can shoot him, duck around the corner out of sight, and we can save and load because you normally can't save while you're in combat. And, 2 shots, he's down. So that was excellent.
Super good. Super good.
So we're going to try to minimize the number of encounters here. 2's average. 3?
3.
Oh, no.
4. Nailing it.
All right. So bemoaning the RNG aside, we're going to be making our way finally to Baldur's Gate. I know it's only 11 minutes in, and some people would just now be getting maybe to the friendly arm in, but we're finally going to get there. It's awesome. And I'm going to take this long bridge to take a drink and refresh before we get into the second half here.
Yeah, you've been killing it.
We bring the fast talkers. Alright, so we're going to lie about where we're from and then talk to Scar. Scar is part of the Flaming Fist. The Flaming Fist are the peacekeeping force in Baldur's Gate. He gave us a job. Our job is to go investigate the Iron Throne. But first, we're going to do a little shopping. So this shop is our last shop of the game. We're only going to pick up 2 more items after this that we'll do in Candlekeep in a short minute. Some of these items that we picked up earlier, we're just going to sell off. We don't want them. Off you go. And we're going to pick up some more potions of invisibility, because we've seen how good those are so far. Some more oils of speed, because this is a speed run. And then our potions of master thievery. We are going to do a little bit of pickpocketing. And then clairvoyance, which has a fun, handy use that is directly counter to what it says on its description. It tells us we cannot use it in a dungeon. We're going to use it in a dungeon.
All right. So we've done the shopping now, and we're tasked with investigating the Iron Throne. Because we have such a high charisma, we can walk in here. That's the Iron Throne. It is investigated. We already know something's up. So we're going to go back to report to the head of the watch and say, hey, there's something up there. And he's going to take us to the Duke, and the Duke's going to be like, all right, you're onto something. We know that there's a meeting going on at Candlekeep, and you should totally go there to investigate. So we will. So within Candlekeep here, cutscene, we're going to maintain our speed because there was actually no travel time to get here. Game just teleports us, which is nice. We're going to talk to totally not Saravok.
Varys.
And he's going to be mysterious, and then we're going to get accused of murder. We're going to get thrown in jail. Our friend is going to let us out, and we're going to escape to the catacombs. We're going to pick up the last 2 items that we need for the run, turn invisible because we still don't like talking to people, and run our way on out of here.
For a supposedly fortress of solitude, of knowledge and everything, there's a lot of things in here that want to kill us.
Yep. And as we get into the bottom here, you see all these people statues. Well, it turns out that the Basilisk guys are actually an activated ability, and if they can't actually see us, we're totally fine.
Totally fine. No sunglasses required. Back to Baldur's Gate we go.
So we're going to set up the last few things for the end game. We need to find incriminating evidence of Saravok doing nasty things to the town of Baldur's Gate. To do this, we're going to go into the sewer. First, we're going to get quick. We're going to go invisible, walk past all those dudes, go up next to this guy that has the incriminating evidence, chug a bunch of potions that make us thieve really well, and then we're going to pickpocket him. We need to pickpocket him hopefully 4 times. Pickpocket does not actually activate on a round counter, so as long as we can spam it before his script triggers by selecting him, unpausing and pausing, and then selecting him again, we can pickpocket before he even knows that we're there. And like that, we have the incriminating evidence and an invitation to the ball, and we're going to use that right now. So this is the doppelganger fight that's coming up. A lot of these people here aren't who they seem to be, and we're going to solve that by hiding in a corner and indiscriminately spamming fireballs into a crowded room. Now, there is a lot of technical things going on here. We don't want to get in combat so we can abuse the round reload, but there's also 2 NPCs that we cannot damage, otherwise it's game over. So we need to be careful about where we're firing this and, conserving our fireballs a little bit. As the doppelgangers get damaged, they're going to have morale failure and run around, which can impede us doing the round reset. And now that we're out of fireballs, we have to go in for just some cleanup now that we've hopefully done enough damage. There's a mage and a fighter that are the other 2 remaining dukes, and they're both pretty competent, but there's just a lot of doppelgangers running around and they're fast. So this is kind of going a little sideways as there's a lot in all corners of the room. But
enough launch charges will be good.
We got enough? Good. So once the doppelgangers are done and the dukes can catch their breath, they're like, what are you doing here? And they're like, we have incriminating evidence. And then Saravox doesn't like that, so he's going to want to attack us. And that'll happen any moment now.
Yeah, we shorted the damage in the last one, so we got to watch him run around like a ninny.
Any moment now.
Waiting for the dukes to get him.
He'll unfear in a moment. When he does, he'll latch onto one of us, and then we can kill him.
Yeah, the doppelganger is definitely one of the more reset-heavy areas of the run because there's so many moving pieces involved, and all of our damage is routed just so tightly that if you don't get good rolls in certain areas, things can go sideways. And then you end up spending a minute here talking about an empty room with a doppelganger that still needs to die.
Need to back up. I think I hit something too early.
Uh-oh.
They aren't talking to me. It happens. Sometimes if you accidentally hit something you're not supposed to or hit the doppelgangers before they've changed, you'll just soft lock the game and you can't progress because you have to be able to talk to one of those 2 dukes.
And they don't like it when you attack civilians.
Really don't.
They don't know that the doppelgangers aren't civilians until they change.
Come on, angry one. Come on out. Come on out. There you are. Hi, friend. There you go.
So I'm going to talk ahead of the action here a little bit. What we're going to set up for is Saravox is going to realize that the jig is up, and he's going to teleport away to his Fortress of Solitude or his evil hideout or the Temple Underground Baldur's Gate. And we have to follow him there. So before we are able to do that, there's a giant maze we're supposed to get through. And it's full of all sorts of traps and monsters and just generally wear down the party. We're going to avoid all of that by, one, revealing the entire map with clairvoyance. We're going to go invisible so we don't have to talk to a guy that is lying on the floor as we descend these stairs. We're still fast, but then we're going to use that minor globe of invulnerability that we picked up from Candlekeep, which makes us immune to spells 3rd level or lower. All of the spell traps are 3rd level or lower, so now we just get to click the exit, auto-path our way to victory.
Oh my goodness, this path, though.
Right?
What
I'm
in the
so
world?
happy clairvoyance works. We used to click through this.
So, then to explain the final fight, because it's going to go by quick, we're going to go into the temple. Saravox has put a lot of traps on the floor, and he has all of his allies there. Conveniently, if we make ourselves immune to the traps on the floor, and Saravox is not immune to those traps, we can just intentionally trigger them while invisible and end up killing Saravox with the splash damage. So we're going to path our way over here, go invisible. His script doesn't know where we went. He can't do anything. He's going to stand there confused and take all this damage. Because AI is fantastic.
That's time.
What an ending.
Yup. People call it a really hard fight. I don't know what the issue is. Just run around in circles.
I love the dramatic zoom in after that fight.
Yep. So yeah, that's Baldur's Gate any percent. That's the easy mode. We're going to be doing Legacy of Baal for SGDQ, which is the hardest difficulty. So all of those bosses we killed, take their health, multiply it by 3, and then just for good measure, add an additional 80 to it. So most everything we kill has over 200 health. And that's just an absolute insane number when you're a level 1 bard. And we do it, still with a bard, and we still don't swing a weapon. It's pretty cool.
I think I saw a level up at the end of there. You're navigating through the labyrinth, so is it level 2?
Yep. 5.
Okay.
So, yep, I had level 5 available, and that's because I killed a couple of the doppelgangers.
Oh, is that just like you didn't assign any of the stats yet, though, so you're still level 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was level 4. I needed the extra pickpocketing.
Okay.
From a couple of the level ups. But yeah.
So do you have any shout-outs before we wrap things up?
I got a couple. Quick shout out to our tiny little Discord. We have it linked on both the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 speedrunning pages. We are small but relatively active. We're routing new stuff. We're trying to get Siege of Dragonspear up and running. Somebody just finished the glitchless Baldur's Gate 2 run, so we're digging into that. It's going to be a good time. Otherwise, shoutouts to Jebido and Lintfirm, 2 of our runners, for being awesome, and a huge shout out to Abum for helping out here.
Glad I could help. It was fun.
Well, yeah, thanks for coming on and doing that run for us. Like he said, there's going to be a run of this at SGDQ, so make sure you tune in for that. I'm losing my ability to talk. And that is going to be on Thursday, the 20th. A little early in the morning, but it'll be a fun time if you're able to watch. So I definitely recommend people tune in for that. But that's it for our show today, our preview show, showcasing some games that we're going to be showing at SGDQ, but different categories. Hope you all enjoyed it. We've got plenty more speedruns coming this week, so make sure you tune in. All the start times of them all are posted on our Twitter, but the next one is tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Random Number Generation. It's a show about randomizers, randomizer community, and randomizer adjacent stuff like bingo runs and that sort of thing. So we're going to go to a quick break, play a few ads, and then we're going to raid someone. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for RNG. And of course, this weekend, starting on Sunday at around noon Eastern, is going to be Summer Games Done Quick. So we'll see you all then. But for now, we're signing out. Good night.